lucky overnight. Jackpot when I got the invite. Let me wrap my arms around you, cause I can't go home without you. And my heart just vibe with you, babe. Wanna go sky high with you, babe. Gotta bring you close to tell you that you're my lucky strike. And I got to tell you, if you didn't know, then I got to tell you that you're my lucky strike. And I got to tell you, if you didn't know, then I got to tell you that you're my lucky strike. Cooler than cold, I'm all in. So load up the dice, so heavy. The way that you roll, I'm falling. So I never fall, I'm ready to take my chances, to take my time, to keep on dancing, to walk that line, yeah. You got me shifting the paradigm, no longer wishing, wishing. You're my lucky strike, yeah. Love the way you ride, look into my eyes, say you're ready to go. $1 million life, yeah. We could roll the dice, yeah. Act like you surprised, but you already know that you're my lucky strike. And I got to tell you, if you didn't know, then I got to tell you that you're my lucky strike. And I got to tell you, if you didn't know, then I got to tell you that you're my lucky strike.
I've been on the run for a little while now. I can catch my breath from chasing you. So tell me when you will know what it is you want, cause I don't wanna wait forever, no. Make up your mind, stop wasting my time. You know we only have one life, one life. One life, one life. One life, one life. One life, one life. Yeah, we only have one life. Life is way too short. The clock is ticking down. We only have one chance, let's dance to it. Won't you make up your mind? Stop wasting my time. You know we only have one life, one life. One life, one life. One life, one life. One life, one life. Yeah, we only have one life.
When you put your hand in my jacket, I'm thinking so irrational. You flew me international now. And we can spend hours reading the signals, but that's so unoriginal. What if we took this back to my house? Under all these lights, I gotta take a minute, take a minute, take a minute to calm down. But I feel like if I told you I was ready right this minute, do you think that it would turn you on? I just feel like you need to know. If I told you I was ready right this minute, would you just run off and tell someone? I just feel like you need to know. I don't wanna feel like we're wasting time. Tell me, should I go and call up a taxi? We can make out for a play in the backseat. Please tell me now how that all sounds. You can sleep in while I make breakfast, watch cartoons and talk about exes. And if you're happy, stick around. I just feel like this is what and never felt a fire like this. If I told you I was ready right this minute, do you think that it would turn you on? I just feel like you need to know. If I told you I was ready right this minute, would you just run off and tell someone? I just feel like you need to know. Right here, right now, we're running out of things to talk about. Right here, right now, I'm about to let the truth come out. If I told you I was ready right this minute, do you think that it would turn you on? You tell me now. If I told you I was ready right this minute, would you just run off and tell someone? Keep my feet on the ground. If I told you I was ready right this minute, I just wanna go and lay you down. I just feel like you need to. It's clear. If I told you I was ready right this minute, would you just run off and tell someone? To know. If I told you I was ready right this minute, do you think that it would turn you on? Such a waste. Looking on the city lights, flashing bright in my eyes. Look up to the sky and I got this relief inside. Then there's no need to hide. I'm going all the way up. I'm going all the way up. I'm letting go in my heart. Everything that holds me down, no, no. And it's feeling like I'm in the roof. I can feel the love
Fighting hostiles is like solving a puzzle. All the pieces are a total mess. Then you solve it as if you always knew the answer.
There are civilians out there who need us. They can't fight back. They can't escape. And they can't heal their own wounds. That's our job. And we're the best at it. By being careful and compassionate, we can make the world a safer place for everyone. We do this to be of service. And we can't afford to be complacent. When we go out there, we work twice as hard to protect others. Whatever we have to do, we put the people first.
Get them out of here!
That will be our focus. With unwavering diligence, we defend. And we get to say that when Wolfguard is on the field, things will be different.
Get your squad back together in Rainbow Six Siege to earn free operators and an exotic weapon skin with the Squad Up reactivation program. If you've played Siege in Year 7, find up to 4 teammates who haven't. Play 5 matches of any PvP mode with them to earn your rewards. Your teammates will earn a free operator as well. Then they can bring back 4 more players to earn even more rewards.
Left to work with here. Safri's got all the information he needs. Oh!
And he uses it. Wow.
Wow.
And he uses it. Amazing. Does see that his teammates are picking up kills all over. Well, deaths, really. And wow, okay. Chill, Hajime. Dang.
Decent play. Rick's getting rid of Watermelon now opens up, tears open the possibilities, and Celotic tries to push him through the fire and flames. Speaking of the problems, one tap to boot. Hoven clean with it. On the other hand, though, on the defense, Toji bringing in the Bandit, so getting back to the vanilla roots, I guess you could call this a disgusting angle yet again. Very cautious. So is Hoven about their presence up above. The Valkyrie has reveals the position. Nails the shot. How does he do that?
Back pocket, no C4, but Power It takes on Hoven. Ape another kill! A gasoline tank, because he's burning the whole building down. This guy is on a absolute trailblaze right now, and he's going it. What? Again! A quadra kill gets put down by Firelord, who gets a double for himself.
And bring this one back like Collis 1v4. Migs in a 1v3. is going to be that anchor position that the Northern Forces want to hold on to in the power struggle. But Lycolis, he gets another kill on a Bin. 1v2. He knows someone has to be out on that landing. It's going to be Yiga. He peeks it. He gets a kill on a Classy. Down to the 1v1. Doesn't know where he is exactly. Has to stick the defuse.
Even if I'm starting to lose face, keep my head out, still going on my way. Call my own shots until I'm breaking. Get a move on until I make it. But I can't hold back, and having regrets, hitting all the stacks, and that is why we're here. We're one gonna last. Tell me, what are you waiting? Take it over, and this is my year.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to yet another playday of Operation League Summer Series. My name is the Russian Cthulhu. I'm joined by wonderful Infi and Ewok. And thank you to our wonderful sponsors at Kingston Fury, a brand sponsor or brand supported by Kingston. Now, Infian, how you feeling, my man? It's been a while since we've casted together.
It has been a while since I've been here, since we've casted together, since I've been here with the Operation League here in Southeast Asia, and this is a very different Operation League for me because this is all combined. This is essentially what we saw like the City Championship, which I'm sure you guys have like talked about ad nauseum at this point. We have 10 play days in. Lots of things have already happened, and the table is looking very interesting. And it's quite a little bit different, but it's not that much of a surprise. It's quite similar to what we're seeing in Apex South as well. We have Game and Gladiators just kind of at the top, and then Fury have come back strong this season. Direwolves are kind of a little bit off, but they're still there, yeah.
We'll get to all that nitty-gritty in just a brief moment as well. We'll get to talk about the leaderboards. But yeah, look, we've had an absolutely stunner season so far. I mean, we already on Playday 11 out of 14, so we're getting to the near end of the general season. And I mean, overall, we had quite some few very interesting storylines form. I mean, probably the most kind of curious to me out of obviously all the titans of APAC and APAC South, kind of being at the top of the leaderboard. Champion, one of the recent introductions to the team, not to the team, pardon me, to the league, has seen some quite an impressive set of scorelines. I mean, just yesterday they took Elevate to full overtime.
Yeah, I mean, Champion's results are actually remarkable because if you look at the players, you look at the names and you're like, I don't recognize any of them. It's not like, for example, where you look at Obsession, where you'll see Roldini, you'll see Deadpool, you'll see Silent, and of course we have Producer Boom, who is like sometimes playing, sometimes he's not off the roster. So those are very recognizable names, for example, and you would think like, okay, if there's going to be a new team that's kind of like punching above their weight, it's going to be Obsession. But if you look at Champion, they are the ones who are doing that. They are basically the best of the rest by some margin, I would say. A little bit over Northern Forces and quite a bit over Obsession and Astrate. So it's looking really good from Champion over here, and they don't really always stand out in terms of stats, but looks like they just work really well as a team.
Yeah, as long as they manage to get the job done, that's kind of been the general consensus. On the other hand, you've mentioned kind of Obsession, a team that has quite a fair few players with quite some, history to them. You've mentioned people like Producer Boom. You mentioned people like even Roldini. I mean, we even have people like Deadpool and J-Lucky as well, coming from teams like Sharper Esports and even, I believe it was Elevate Academy. So one would think that things would, be all good for them. But 7th place is currently the only thing that has been kind of their own result of all of the efforts throughout 10 days so far. Now, into the schedule, we have, obviously, the Champion squad versus Direwolves, Obsession versus Astrate, Fury, Elevate, and Gaming Gladiators versus Northern Forces. Any big highlights matches for you, Infian?
I mean, obviously, you have to look at the Thai Derby, right? Like, we saw Fury versus elevate very recently in Apex. Oh no, we will see it in a couple of weeks in Apex South, and we saw it a few weeks back here in the Operation League as well. And surprisingly, it was very close, especially if you because that was still like the early days of the season where people weren't sure how Fury were going to perform, and Fury took them to 12 rounds. So that has to be like the match of the day. But also, I would like to highlight the very first matchup that we're going to have. We talked about Champion really punching above their weight right now against a team like Direwolves, who went 7-0-0-0, for example, last stage in Apex South. They went into the Charlotte Major, and these guys, in the second or third week of Operation League, I think, they lost in maximum overtime against Champion. So this is a rematch, and really important one for Direwolves to showcase that they don't kind of get pushed over by a team that's kind of come out of the tier 2 scene here in APAC.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, Champion had a phenomenal start with the way how initially looked grim. I mean, the sheer disparity in points at the beginning of the season was rather almost a shocking one. But yeah, then being able to win over Direwolves in, like you mentioned before, in overtime, and then also the next day winning out against Fury, definitely has quite a few accolades already accumulated from that. But yeah, definitely a bit of a grudge match, obviously, for Direwolves. They want to bring a little bit more of that sweet revenge for themselves. They want to get back on top. Obviously, with them currently in third point, they still contesting, funnily enough, with Fury for the second place. And given that Fury is on 21 points, Direwolves on 20 points. So for Direwolves to basically progress into the second place, they either need to win in overtime or outright win. Everything else is you're relying on round differential, and at the moment it's quite too vast. 25 rounds advantage for Fury, plus 7 is only for Direwolves. So difficult one to talk about. But Champion, look, Infian, I'm gonna say this. This is a roster that personally to me has been very much of a dark horse and very much of a pleasant surprise that we're getting this kind of a competition with some of the big names out in APAC South. Now Champion being able to take them to some of the more closer scorelines feels nice.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you look at the stats right now, it's obviously just the KD over here. You look at this and you'll be like, oh, this is like not an impressive team, right? You got 76, 74, you got 84, 83, and then after that you have two people negative. The only guy who's like distinctly positive is 87, 72, is like plus 15,
Serlotic,
which is the only one that's really, really good, and like you can point to it. But these guys have, as you said, they've taken 2 big scalps with Direwolves and Fury. Both of these are Apex South teams that they've beaten, so they might not be impressive in stats, and on paper they might not look good, but as you said, they get the job done, and that's really where it's been counting. So the eye test is where you really need to pay attention to them. Direwolves, on the other hand, 0 surprises why Soufflé is leading this. 121 to 76 in terms of KD. Yeah, we've seen that from Soufflé. He does that in Apex South against like the top tier teams, against the Oceanic teams as well, of course. The rest of the team, however, Direwolves really haven't switched on over here. Every single one of them, except for Pecan, are negative, and Pecan is only positive by +1. So that would explain why Direwolves are not kind of like running away with this, why they have 4 losses on their scorecard right now. And third place. Though, of course, you know, being that the playoffs will see second place as a third place faced off, they're not in like a bad spot just yet. If they climb up to second, they'll still play Fury, for example. But of course, they want to not fall down to fourth, which is why they're going to be gunning really hard. And, you know, who knows? Maybe Champion themselves, if they win today, take 3 points, for example, Champion bring themselves into the fight up against the Apex South teams for a playoff spot. But we have the maps.
Maps, yeah, indeed. Look, Cafe is a bit of a weird one, honestly. We've seen quite a few rather interesting turnouts, namely for Gaming Gladiators. They've made that map their absolute stomping ground. And given that it's only seen 4 picks throughout the whole of the season so far, look, there may have been some strats hidden to a certain degree. Would you be surprised, Infian, out of the whole season, Oregon is the most picked map so far?
We are in APAC. Zero surprise.
Zero surprise at all.
And so this time around, it seems like, I'm not sure what the ban order was, but it seems like Direwolves had the choice of maps between Cafe and Oregon. Correct me if I'm wrong. And it looks like they picked Cafe. Now, of course, if you cast your thoughts back to Playday number 4, where Champion beat Direwolves 8-7, it was on the map of Oregon. So, not really a surprise that Direwolves had banned out Oregon, taking the opportunity to remove it so as to probably avoid a repeat. And over their Cafe kind of stats are fairly good. They started off the Apex South season with a win in overtime against Elevate on Cafe itself, which was completely expected, and Cafe generally in their history has been a fairly good map. But everyone, all of us, all 6 of us, we think that Direwolves are going to be coming out with a win, which you might call for a little bit surprising, given the fact that Champion won the last time out. But I mean, come on.
I mean,
I'm leading this, and I this is my first day here. So like, if I'm saying Direwolves, you guys gotta follow what I say.
Yeah, well, gotta copy the homework somewhere at least. I'm not gonna talk about the Gaming Gladiators versus Northern Forces either yet, really, nor about Obsession. But yeah, look, honestly, I think it's time. I think it's time for Direwolves to really get back on track, get back into the swing of things, given that they didn't have per se a bad season, but it was one of those seasons where it's evidential that they don't really want to showcase a whole lot of big plays or big strats. It's mainly relying on just the general coordination plus the gunfire skill. So that's my excuse here to pick Direwolves here over Champion. Whereas for Champion, look, they coming into this off a qualifier. They have nothing really to lose and everything to win. So, but look, all the more to it. I know that I'm currently sitting at the dead last in the predictions, and you know what? At this point, I'm fine. I'm happy to be proven wrong on my own points. But look, with Champions, the way how they've played, at least yesterday, and with the fact that they did take Elevate to the full overtime, it definitely did feel more so that it was Elevate that was fumbling their bag and falling through with their plays, rather than the Champion straight up just overpowering them. So take it as how you want it. I'm still going to probably stick with my prediction of Direwolves, but I'm still feeling like it is going to be a very, very close venture here.
Probably is, and of course, we have all these Apex South teams talking about obviously how the number one prize is the majors and like SI points, and of course this stage is a lot more tough in Apex South because Berlin will only see 2 teams from Apex South instead of like 4 going to the Apex playoffs, so on and so forth. So it's a little bit of a testing ground. It's not that teams are giving up on Operation League. Operation League is actually really important for these teams. It's a real testing ground against these tier 2 teams who are very good. As we must point out, these teams that come from tier 2, from these qualifiers, they are good teams. And if these Apex South teams are testing stuff against them, if it works, that means these are good strats. So it's not like we're seeing a lower quality of gameplay per se. It's just something a little bit more avant-garde, if you want to call it that, unorthodox. So Direwolves probably want to try that out because their situation in Apex South right now is actually pretty terrible. It's pretty bad. And going to Cafe, I think, is going to be a very good chance for them because their last win here was on Skyscraper. Before that, their win against Northern Forces was on Cafe. That's the only other time in the Operation League that they have played on Cafe. But of course, follow Rainbow Six Siege Twitch channel here for the giveaway and enter the hashtag Fight for Glory for a chance to win 600 R6 credits on PC only, as well as the R6 Operation League Southeast Asia pin. Can't wait to get that for myself as well.
Yeah, very much keen to represent that live on broadcast for the remainder of the days. But honestly, yeah, look, we have giveaways for those R6 credits and the pins as well after every map. So 4 different distinct opportunities for everyone in the chat to get their hands on some R6 credits as well. And look, with all of the esports skins slowly but surely starting to come around, look, might just be able to cop yourself a little bit of an extra R6 credits boost. But looking at the players as well, Envian, we have everyone in, getting the talks already done. Labyrinth is getting a sip of what looks like almost like a just a potion at this point. I'm not too sure really though what that is. Maybe a matcha.
It must be coffee. I guarantee you, there's coffee.
A green coffee.
He's getting himself prepped for the game right now. Whereas Divals, we see these guys all the time. He can't stuff his face in the monitor right now.
He kind of just he's the hacker man. He's inside the game. That's it.
Yeah. He better be inside the game, you know, because it'll take some weight off Souffle's shoulders. We've seen with the KD figures. Direwolves' last game, it was a little bit of a better performance than, you know, Playday 9. Last game they won 7-5. Playday 9 they went to maximum overtime. Most of the games have been close, except for like the game in Gladiators one in which they got destroyed. So
yeah,
Direwolves, they really haven't shown us like their best in Operation League, and I think today they might be kind of pushing to show their best, just because there's a lot more at stake for them. So they need to showcase a good performance. They need to bring something out which can deal the champion effectively enough. Maybe not dominantly, maybe they want to show everything, but as I said, you know, that testing ground, because the next game in Apex South is going to be against the Knights, who are pushing really hard and are above them right now in the Apex South League. So this situation over here, while they may feel that they are virtually confirmed for the playoffs, given, you know, we only have 4 players left here in the Operation League, it's first of all not a guarantee here as well, and second of all,
it implies that they win all their matches.
Yeah. They just need to push. They need to give it like the final push right now and actually start turning up the heat.
Yeah, because with Champion, look, they still have absolutely all the opportunities to completely shut things down and roll themselves in. It is, though, somewhat surprising to me that Elevate, the team that, you know, been handing out L's left, right, and center for the majority of the days, they are only on the 4th place, so certainly some things were not going particularly too well, at least, you know, from what we can see on the spectator side during the Operation League. But yeah, look, you look at Direwolves camp, very much too all focused, not a whole lot of talk just yet. So definitely we could, you know, raise a bit of a question about whether it is a, you know, time for Direwolves to finally focus up and get into it, or whether it's just something behind the scenes that has been going. One couldn't really, you know, tell unless we get some sort of an interview with the players, but doubt that would happen anytime soon. Look, honestly, I'm just keen to get into the actual matchup whenever we do get into the swing of things. And honestly, yeah, look, as soon as the champion players will get into the lobby and restart the computers and everything, and we'll fix up all the technical issues, we'll get certainly in. But implications-wise, look, Infian, we currently have Champion on 15, Direwolves on 20. Basically, the closest person or the closest team that Champion could get is the Elevate on 19 after this win. Say if Champion do end up winning in the regulation, say a 3-pointer pushes them right 1 point behind Elevate. Now, that would also, obviously, for Champion to later down the line to overtake Elevate, it would imply that Elevate completely throws all of their matches. And when you're looking at the matches that Elevate have left, well, tonight is against Fury. And from there on... Yeah, but then the next 3 days is literally... I hate to call it the way how it is, but it is basically time for Elevate to farm. Because you have Northern Forces, you have the Astrape, and you have Obsession. Well, yes, Obsession could really push them, but... basically, Northern Forces and Astrape so far, they have been borderline bullied by Elevate.
Yeah, I mean, look, if Elevate decide to flex their muscles, no team in this league can stand up to them, not even Gaming Gladiators, not even Fury, not even Direwolves. So, like, it's just really a question of, you know, how hard Elevate want to push it. And as you said, the fact that they are going up against the, you know, the tier 2 teams, after today, which just gives them kind of like that a little bit of a breathing room, so they might not be too much in trouble, even if we see Champion push up onto 18 points. But really, this is an unpredictable region. Southeast Asia's always been unpredictable in recent years. It's just a lot of teams just coming out of nowhere, a lot of unorthodox plays, a lot of sloppiness as well that is associated with those unorthodox plays. You know, it kind of comes with the territory, high risk, high reward. So Champion could see themselves, you know, wrangling a top 4 position. It's not impossible. Champion's run, conversely, you know, if they beat Direwolves again today, after that they play Fury, they play, you know, Northern Forces and Escape. So really, their run compared to Elevate is slightly harder, but it's not entirely that hard. So, like, for example, if Champion win today and Elevate don't, then even if Champion lose to Fury next week, it kind of rolls in. You know what I mean? It's basically the same kind of result, separated by 1 point, where, you know, an overtime or a lack of an overtime round differential could come into play by the end of it. Although Elevate are way ahead in terms of round differential.
Yeah, the round differential is definitely quite a large one. On the other hand, though, say Direwolves do lose out and Elevate do pull themselves, say, even just a 1 point, they will be able to just bully Direwolves out of the 3rd place, even just by, again, the round differential, because that one is rather high as well. So there's been a number of interesting, you know, possibilities, storylines, and so on and so forth. But in saying that, I'm actually very much curious. We are finally in. Ban phase upon us. Cafe with Champion on the defense to kick things off, which should be a relatively good ground for them to start it off. I feel like we might just be getting just as standardized of a ban as we can get. And just as I say that, Ying out of the equation, for all the good reasons, though. Direwolves did try to run Ying a number of times, but out of what almost feels like, let's call it 10, 20 rounds that we did get to see her occasionally, not a whole lot of times she actually got to you know, use her own utility.
Yeah, Flores being banned out, also zero surprise over there. Direwolves and pretty much every team in every single league from tier 1 to tier 3 knows the power of Flores, especially on a map like Cafe, where you're going to have a fair bit of like utility clear that is going to be required. So we'll see what happens. Direwolves gonna follow up with a Wamai ban. Very standard stuff coming out. Don't want the utility to be cut out too much, the throwable utility, especially given that they're not going to have a Flores, and we're going to end up with an Azami ban. And I think at this point, this far into stage 2, you don't really need to explain why Azami is being banned. The filthy angles that come out of her, out of a Kiba barrier, is just insane.
I mean, we only just recently, in the recent couple of weeks, only started seeing the Azami to be banned. Now, prior to that, she's been running rampant.
In Southeast Asia, yeah.
In Southeast Asia, and
really
namely in OPL, that is, though.
Yeah. No, even in Apex South, I think, like, we haven't seen that many Azami bans, which is really odd, because, like, you think, like, APAC is the region where people abuse the weirdest angles, the most rat plays. You know, that's what APAC does. It just out of the blue stuff, but only now people are like, okay, no, Azami's too much for us to handle.
Yeah, Azami does get quite rather interesting, let's call it that, with some of her angles. But yeah, with her out of the equation, no more of that flexibility to, you know, shapeshift the site into something a little bit more, you know, interesting, at least for us as the observers. Back to relatively rudimentary kind of setups. But for Champion, looking at the lineup straight away, the moment Valkyrie just slips past the ban phase, she's in. Firelord is looking to emphasize on all of that. I mean, with the way how Champion so far looking to shape it up, it's still looking like a relatively good expansion into the piano. But the issue being, though, only one ballistic shield, which will be, I think it will be placed around the pixel angle. Otherwise, not too sure what could be done.
Yeah,
Spawn Peak to be attempted by Labyrinth.
Yeah, it is around pixel. It's a little bit hard to see with that top-down angle, given how thin it is. Ooh, Farlord
Hello?
really
Oi, oi,
going
oi.
for it, taking some damage over here as well. He's still persisting with 30 seconds into the round. The alibi pings are giving away the information. Labyrinth is joining in over here. He's not going to see much if that is what I see, but he's going to get
Ish.
soufflé. That is the top fragger for Direwolves off the board. The opening kill in the series and a great start for Champion.
Yeah, Followed has been, or not Followed, Labyrinth has been
Oh
an
my
occasional
God.
appearance. That was a little bit ambitious, but Pecan very
Right.
much knows that that is going to happen and very much leans into that idea. So, look, fair enough. Good shout, good play. But with the breach about to be done, Labyrinth might have to fall back relatively soon.
Well, it doesn't look like he wants to. He is taking gunfights everywhere here inside of Cigar Lounge, taking it on the window, taking it on the hatch. Surprisingly, there has been no pressure on the south window up until now. We see
You're saying
Labyrinth
that.
keep on flicking back. Now the barricade goes down, and now he's really
Yep.
under pressure. But what Melon? He's just gonna go for it, and easy as you can get. ED goes down. There are trades though from Direwolves, and it's a 2 versus 3. Finally, Direwolves have the man count advantage.
Indeed, they do power it now, hoping to find some sort of a returnal on all the losses that have been compounded by Champion. Direwolves certainly have been doing their due diligence in the push, but Melon though has a very sneaky beaky spot to really play around and possibly even just play off the back of this element of surprise, but already droned out, forced to fall back, and the angle is not
Whoa.
particularly too favorable as well. Double-edged sword. Speaking of that, Harambe and Jackie Wu looking to make that push happen. Power It is the last player standing, trying to make a play happen. Pecan not down. No, those shots were not enough. Champion do fall apart in the first round. Unfortunately, just a little bit disorganized and, well, got picked apart rather quickly.
Well, I think that was a very clear demonstration of just discipline from Direwolves, and a clear example of lack of discipline from Champion. Champion have some great players. They have some very aggressive plays that will catch every single team in the world probably off guard. That double spawn peak was so aggressive and it persisted for a really long time, and it's great that they made it persist for a while, especially well that, you know, south window was not open. But the moment that south window did get open, then, you know, they should have been backing off at that point. They got the kill on ED and they could have got away without Labyrinth dying as well, but they conceded a few too many kills, lost the advantage, and, you know, just couldn't really hang on.
Absolutely, yeah. Look, we already even get to see on the replay that sort of very ambitious jump out, and so far it seems like that's kind of the idea of a champion, to just try to make those very aggressive plays possibly to happen. Maybe try to just throw off their opponents off the general kind of pace of things, but certainly rather feels like a very odd first round to happen. But in the same vein, well, Champion do decide to fall back to the bottom floor. Do you reckon we get to see a whole lot of vertical gameplay here, or is it going to be a little bit more one-dimensional?
Surely, I mean, you have a sledge on the board, you have a buck on the board, and of course you're gonna have Pecan giving them cover with the air jabs. Jackie Wu's, I mean, Finka, no need to say anything about that. Harambe coming in, the Hibana obviously preferred as the option to tear down the castle barricades and the vertical reinforcements on the hatches. Of course, you have the castle who has the super shorty itself, and we saw it used a little bit. We might see a couple of angles being created from below. We don't see Champion wanting to really hold on too hard. I think you can see that they have the escape pathways set up for these roamers on the 3rd floor, and they've already wasted 1 minute without really doing too much, and the default is still up.
Yeah, that will be a little bit problematic. Regardless of that, though,
He's out.
Direwolf do manage to find a frag, but yeah, what Melon, that jump out just worked out perfectly there. Surprised that no air jabs, no nothing of that was sorted, so a bit of, I guess, L for Pecan. but the control of the top floor is very firmly still being kept as Jackie Wu actually takes up quite a fair bit of damage. And with that said, well, congestion of the top floor just been given away, but with a minute and a half remaining, well, Direwolves will have to do quite a fair bit of work. With and the swing as well, Jackie Wu is unrelenting.
Okay, I mean, like, Direwolves flexing, we said, you know, that they needed to flex when you're talking about the analysis pre-show. They're just flexing at this point. Souffle gets another kill right now. Powarit is going to answer back. He's going to try and retake onto the third floor, but I'm pretty sure his position is known, certainly known after this pre-fire. Problem is getting diffused down. Just no surprises.
Ooh.
One more, though, goes his way. Can he make this clutch happen?
Could possibly make it happen, absolutely. And Finn has the high ground, but looks to jump out. No way he just does that. Yeah, Souffle, you know what? He just goes, look, buddy, that's all good. You want to, you know, a breath of fresh air, but yeah, thank you for coming. That's all. That's all from you.
What was he doing at the window? I was like, in the post line, you're gonna jump out. That is your idea of rotating onto the second floor, but no. Direwolves way too familiar with that, and these first 2 rounds from Direwolves have been full of swagger and confidence. We didn't get to see too many of the kills in that first round, but we could see the Direwolves were just taking their time collecting information. Even in the second round, no engagement until, you know, 1 minute in, and really it looked like Direwolves were not even really getting too much map control. But they were getting all the information they needed. Champion were telegraphing themselves just way too much, making themselves very obvious, not budging once they have been drilled. And of course, while that is something you see top tier teams do sometimes, you know, when they get drilled, they hold on to the position. Sometimes it's a suicide position, sometimes it's a little bit of a strategy that people are not going to expect you to be there. But most of the time, these top tier teams will know when to fall back, and so far Champion haven't shown like they know when to do that. It's early days, and I think they will adjust, but they've lost 2 rounds as a result.
Yeah, maybe they got a little bit too experimental with some of their plays, some of the ways how they've been, you know, going about it. But honestly, with general kind of pacing, it wasn't too bad, really. Whilst, yes, caught off guard on some of the plays, a few of the ideas were definitely great, but in the same vein, it feels occasionally that those kind of plays, those jump outs, are very much a dire kind of play for Champion. Given that they don't at least yet have shown a whole lot of structure maybe there. So look, I mean, possibilities. Do we get to see more jump outs? Surely.
Yeah, like again at this point, like come on, man. You have been like rebuffed solidly both times. I think at this point, the shield survives, though. I think that is a little bit of a change from that first round. Nice little angle. He jumps out this time around. Oh, perfect timing. This time he gets it right, but it is traded. P-Gun hanging off the edge. Not too much of a surprise, but once again, telegraphed and caught by Direwolves, so not too much gained for them.
Yeah. Curious. What could be done here further down the lines? Jackie Wu looking to try to force some sort of an engagement here, but it doesn't look like that is going to be actually the case. Wattmelon very much patiently playing behind the shield. Not a whole lot of actual pressure being applied. Ed doing his best to try to make a play, try to make it work, but instead it's actually Souffle that does get to remove followed as well. Prone shot. What is this? What is happening? How is Wattmelon alive is beyond me. Oh, absolute chaos here between Champion and Direwolves, and Direwolves already in the health department looking very, very slim.
Well, 3 versus 3, Wattmelon takes damage, but he gets away with it. And now the south window pressure comes in. This time Edie's not caught out by the garage. Peek out and survives, but with very low HP. No Finka left on the board, concusses himself, as well as Powarit. But, you know, Celotic, wow, he actually gets that kill onto Souffle. And it's 2v2 with 30 seconds. Direwolves don't have the HP to take these fights, and I don't think they have the map control either.
Map control could be Interesting talk here, given the fact that we are just nearing 18 seconds to go. Champion versus Dials, theoretically even ground, but you look at the HP, Pican on half HP, Ed is one shot away from death. Although I say that, nice trade, 7 seconds to go. Could there be a chance? No, unfortunately for Direwolves, that is not going to be the case. Too much time wasted, and it seems like at the end of the day, finally Champion have found that sort of golden formula.
So really what it looked like was similar things from Champion and the similar things from Direwolves. Direwolves don't look too fast over there in their player cams, really nonchalant. But they tried to do the same thing again, and like for Direwolves' side, why not? Champion modified it very slightly. A little bit more patient in terms of like the jump out. Obviously it was caught, not too impressive, for example, but whatever, you know, at the end of the day, they won the round. Their site presence was a little bit better. They kept themselves measured, and they didn't really push too much, but really it was this watermelon play that we're going to see, I think, in the replay in a couple of seconds. That kind of won them. The smoke burned a fair bit of time. That ridiculous engagement with the prone fight was something that could have gone the other way. Had it gone the other way, Dio would probably win the round. It was close at the end, but it starved time and it starved manpower from Direwolves, and Champion just came out on top, which is just no surprise. This is a defender-sided site by, I think, 55% globally.
Yeah. Look, it's an interesting so far situation once again. Yeah, Direwolves, they had a very weird kind of timeline really for themselves, given just the fact that it was a kind of a bit of a back and forth really with a number of their matches in Fien. I mean, you look back at some of the performances whilst here, say even against Elevate, it was actually Elevate that won over Direwolves in the first half, albeit again on Theme Park, but then Direwolves on the defense side, they were able to pull it off pretty clinically, 5-1 second half. So going into this one, Cafe, whilst it feels like Direwolves have a general good understanding of what or how to play Cafe, countering the Champion play, I feel, has been the main kind of struggle, because Champion just plays so almost ranked-esque kind of play style, and that what has been the linchpin here.
Yeah, absolutely, and again, the first kill goes in their favor, and I think that is, 3 rounds now out of 4 that they have gotten the opening kill. I might be wrong, might be 2, but Farlord, you know, just going for it, gets his first kill of the series himself, but DEW are still getting the control, and they get the 4v4 as well back in their favor. Watermelon, he's stuck a little bit inside of Freezer, might get a kill though before he goes down.
Absolutely, already. Nice turnout so far. Watermelon, once again, the UMP45 themed he is. Absolutely shutting down 2 very impactful operators, mind you, as well. That's Sledge and Hibana, and no more of that hard breach, minimal amount of the soft breach as well. That the Gun 6 has just been expended. Ed already just used up his last bit of Zofia utility, so as it stands, it all down to very much of a gunfight potential, and already even there, players' disadvantage could be problematic. I say that what? Ed equalizes. How? He's in, nearly gets a double. Jackie Wolf falls. It's all down to Pecan. 1v3, downs 1. Can he find 2 though? Because the diffuser now dropped on the on the White Stairs landing. Won't really be promising a whole lot of opportunities for the KB player.
Oh, there's no way he's gonna win this fight. No. He's sprinting, there's a shotgun waiting. He retrieves the diffuser! How does Pecan actually get away with this? 30 seconds, he's gonna go in for the plant. The SMG-12 is what was last equipped for him. Champion is just gonna wait this out, and it is going to be a plant scenario. Flashbangs are gonna go in, and Pecan is gonna get away into Red Hole. And somehow Champion have not come out on top in this engagement.
Well, they might just be able to come out on top. The one is spotted, second one does! Pecan lands it! He just plays it down to a T like it's nothing, Infian. Perfectly executed, and I mean, how did Champion let that diffuser slip is beyond me.
dude, I thought, like, dude, this guy's sprinting. There's a shotgun prone. He has to expose himself to collect it. And, you know, ever since the diffuser mechanism changed, where you have to press F, or whatever key you have bound, to pick it up, you can't just walk over it, I thought, like, surely he's gonna have a pause. Like, we see all the time, even today, pro players struggling with this. The biggest of the biggest players, like, you know, world champions, struggling with this. Edie and Harambe are laughing about this because they've got away with murder, quite literally over there. 1 versus 3, Pecan stepping it up. We highlighted Pecan as well in the pre-game. 6-2 so far, got that 1v3 with the DMR. Just a little bit of poor play from Champion, really. They shouldn't have been as passive as they were. And the fact that they allowed 2 Direwolves members to basically walk into sight uncontested. First ED, who could have done a lot more damage than he actually did. And then after that, Pecan, as you just saw in the replay, just a little bit of a slip up, the sloppiness from Champion. And that gives Direwolves a 3rd round here on Cafe Attack.
That was such a cleanly and a fadeaway as well to wrap that whole matchup up. That was just a stunning result. Definitely one hell of a way to really showcase the prowess. But look, not out of this yet. If Direwolves do make it though a 4-1 or 4-2 scoreline at the end of this first half, this could definitely give them that much needed confidence to wrap up this matchup rather promptly and completely finish that sort of revenge storyline that has been building up for them. So look, plenty of opportunities yet. We yet to find if those opportunities will even be taken. So for the very much of a downstairs hold, being looking at the lineup of the operators, do we get any sort of inkling as to how Champion could really play this out?
Well, Champion right now on the first floor, they're going for a little bit of a plant denial strategy. And Turtling, as I say that, Labyrinth just goes for it again. That's another opening pick going in the way of Champion. And he's jumped out. Of course he's jumped out. Like, why are we even surprised at this point? They get the opening pick, but they're obviously trailing in terms of the round count. So as I was saying before, I was rudely interrupted by another spawn peak. It's a very denial-heavy situation that they have with the operator lineup. You've got the smoke, you've got the warden. Both of them are going to be starving people of time, denying the utility. And then, of course, you have the very obvious Echo Aruni as well with a gate. Is going to be a little bit of a pain depending on where those laser gates are set up. But they're not contesting this vertical game too hard, even though we're down to just over a minute left. And I'm not sure whether that app is actually stuffed. Yeah, it is.
It is, yeah. That's why Harambe only used 2 of those pellets. But that opens up yet another avenue for the push, despite the fact that, well, there's still a few possibilities to be sorted out. So going into this one, Jackie Wu is looking to go in for the swing. If that push into the VIP will be successful, yeah, I was just about to say that could open up yet another possibility for the push. But with that sort of swing from Souffle, I mean, that's even better, really. You don't get to risk your Finka and already go into town. Can he find another one? Surely there would have been the play, but no, unfortunately, the Finka of Jackie Wu doesn't get to really shine. It's all down to Harambe, 1v2 with 26 seconds again. Direwolves almost flogging out their opportunity, although, once again, finishes up Wattmelon. It's all down to Farlord to try to shut down this momentum, this sort of comeback storyline that has been continuously going, already spotted out on those pre-fires, flashbangs in to mask the push. And once again, the plant completely missed out.
Champion have done it again. They've let the plant go down. I don't know whether, it's going to work out for Direwolves at this point, but the fact that the plant has gone down is a big misplay. They're playing way too passive. I know they want to stay safe. I know they don't want to give something stupid away. But right now, you're playing the game against Direwolves of all teams. You're going to win it out. He runs out of bullets. Very lucky that happens. But it nearly went bad. Another 1v3 nearly went in the favor of Direwolves. And the passivity that they showcase in these tense clutch scenarios, that will get them punished. And it did get them punished in round number 4, of course.
Yeah. And then particularly get a whole lot of success in that sort of play, but look, maybe we could be seeing some a slightly better success, let's call it that, really, for those plays. Direwolves, look, they theoretically, I mean, they accomplished the quote-unquote the bare minimum, let's call it that, and so it's nothing too tragical, although, you know, opportunities certainly could arise with all the problems that could, you know, stem from all of these continuous, almost, well, I wouldn't even say throws per se, it's the fact that Direwolves been on a number of occasions just pushing just by themselves, and it borderline was unnecessary for a number of those attempts, and, well, end result being, well, this the 2-3 scoreline, where it's kind of the whole story of Direwolves in that sort of gargantuan effort, pushing themselves continuously to get the proverbial dub, to push themselves to get that sort of extra ground, completely flog it all out because they can't seem to be able to counter the what almost feels like a ranked playstyle of Champion, and then pulling that sort of a heroic effort to bring themselves back, and it's more so now serving as a bit of a kind of a coin toss. Well, let's see whether we're going to see Champion get another opening kill over here. It's been 30 seconds, and it's finally in the favor of Direwolves. Again, as I've been saying, Direwolves aren't particularly surprised, I think, by the fact that Champion are trying this. And Blurred, I think he's trying for another, despite his teammate getting eliminated. Direwolves are reading into this pretty well. Damage is continuously being dealt. Fallout takes some as well. Blurred nearly died. 2 minutes left in this round. And Jackie was just going to bring everyone on Direwolves back to full health. So good start for Direwolves this time around. We could see them end with a 4-2 half, especially on this third floor bomb site. Absolutely, already damage been absolutely traded in and out. Jackie will going for a very explosive entry, actually getting the better of Parrot as well. It's all down to just Followed and Stellaris to try to shut this down. And not a single bit of damage has been drawn, at least so far, to Direwolves, which is looking rather, well, problematic on the side of Champion. But yeah, look, a little bit of a diff kind of result. Jackie will for another swing. Doesn't know actually about the presence of Jaeger, so that could be a bit of a spooky time as Followed falls. That's a triple. Can he get a quad? He does in fact get a quad. Flawless round on top of that. Direwolves for a 4-2, and, well, a bit of a sigh of relief can be seen from them. Well, really, not that much of a surprise, is it? Direwolves know what they're doing. Direwolves are predicting what Champion are doing. They've been doing this for a few rounds straight. Sure, they've conceded 2 rounds, and they had to win one of those rounds with a clutch, but when they flex their muscles, you get a like flawless round just like that. On the third floor, they've looked the best as well, particularly just the fact that they don't have to take as much map control as they do for the other bomb sites. They can just walk in. This time around, what worked for Direwolves and what didn't for Champion was that shield that was facing the red door. It went down very quickly, and the follow-up was very fast from the Finka swinging in. The south window was also contested. No one was peeking from Garage, and just in general, yeah, a lot of damage was already dealt to Champion. The opening pick didn't go their way. With lots of factors, you know, just kind of snowballed, and you could see like that peak that you just saw when it became a 2v5 from Heaven. It was a desperation peak. You had to make that play. If you were a defender, you had to try and bring things under control. Didn't work out. What I'm a little bit annoyed though is that Champion, I don't know whether it's like a sound issue for them or what, but a lot of times they don't react to these Direwolves players making a lot of noise, like right behind them. You've seen like in 3 rounds, Direwolves just walk in right behind the players and backstab them. So that I think maybe should be Champion in terms of the communication. Otherwise, it's a 4-2 half against their favor. Obviously, that's not ideal, but they're not playing that bad as well. Absolutely. Yeah, I'm not particularly too sure as to what has been kind of the case here for Champion on a number of occasions. Given look, attempts have been made, but just attempts not as fortunate as one would have kind of hoped to see those happen. So, but look, at least good to see that, at least for Direwolves, things been starting to get ironed out a whole lot more frequently, so it's less of a kind of a wobbly road for them. But on the other hand, I mean, talking of Champion just being that sort of an unpredictable bit, it's been kind of one round they absolutely flogging out Direwolves in every shape and form, and the next moment is just all flops, and you can't really do much about it. So, look, yeah, I'm definitely a little bit confused as to how things are going on for Champion, but do we reckon that now that they are on the defense, do we get to see them, completely close it all out?
Yeah, I think it's definitely in their favor. Labyrinth does get the opening pick, and I think, that's like 4 out of 7 opening picks in their favor, or 5 out of 7 at this point. It's just not too surprising.
Not at all. Definitely a rather snappy so far performance. We're talking about snappy, yeah, it's starting to all completely fall apart. Ed as well pitching in with the FMG9 on top of it all. Definitely does make his own point rather noticeable, or rather much more heard. So with all of that, it's been a very peculiar, is probably the only way to really describe this kind of time, with the way how it all been going. Look, yeah, Direwolves, I think they finally back into their own shape and form, and Jackie will get the better of Wattmelon as well. Only leaves it all down to Labyrinth, and just like that, it's a 5th point.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
True. Most definitely, yeah. It certainly feels a little bit odd seeing this kind of, turnout happen. So, look, I suppose we'll wait for what actually will end up, happening, and see what will really end up, happening for either one of the rosters. I'm still very much curious how will Champion be able to respond, because I mean, you look at their lineup. Surely this is, at least in terms of the toolkit that they are bringing in for themselves, it's still all good. Or is it more so now we transcending to the part where it's just Direwolves completely outclassing their opponents?
I mean, look, Champion have the tools, as you said, to make this work, and a very interesting set of double reinforcements from Direwolves actually here on the 2nd floor. Usually you would keep the freezer walking open even when you're defending onto the 2nd floor, but they have the right toolkit to make this attack work out, and as I said, they just need discipline. They keep it disciplined, they get the first pick, and after that they methodically drone things out. They get the map control, 3rd floor clear down to 2nd floor, and then push on to site, so on and so forth. It can work out for them, and there we go. It's Pecan's first pick, and a second one for him as well, and it just looks like they're taking gunfights in inopportune scenarios. They're not giving themselves the right amount of advantage. They're not using those tools to full potential.
True that. Certainly feels a little bit curious as to how come all of this been really happening in both of the sides, but I say that Direwolves just don't care at this point. This push, yeah, look, that's cool. We've learned that you don't really play Cafe a whole lot, and that was the whole part of the plan in Fien. The way how Direwolves just picking Champion apart feels like it's all been, for a long while, a part of one big evil plan here by themselves.
Yeah, I mean, you identified it right. It looks like Champion have no idea what needs to be done here on Cafe, on the attack, especially more so than defense. And actually, if you reframe their defensive half with that idea, with the theory that they don't know how to play Cafe that well, then a lot of it starts making sense, because what do they know? They know how to be aggressive. They don't know what is the right timing to pull back. They don't know what are the right routes to pull back from. They don't know how to work together to allow their players to pull back and just preserve their life and really play their life, which is a term that you hear in Rainbow Six and pretty much every single esport. Souffle. Yeah, so they're just not playing their life, they're not being disciplined, and if you reframe it with your theory, which is looking more like fact than theory at this point, that they don't know how to play Cafe, then it just makes a lot more sense. They're just trying their luck, throwing things at the wall and seeing what sticks.
Basically it, really. Well, saying that, opportunities still there to, pull a comeback. This obviously could be the chance that Direwolves will completely slip up and just have zero, ability to bring anything back for themselves. So, I mean, all the more opportunities to them. So, meanwhile, I mean, we talk about Champion. It's been very kind of so kind of a result, and yeah, Pecan just at this point just gets definitely just aggressive right by the hatch. Yeah, he's confident. He knows for a fact that for the most of it he wouldn't lose, but to a G8 it's a bit of a tougher one.
That was a good adaptation though from Champion. Farlord, he just swung himself up, and he was far enough away that the mist drone could cost him. It was far enough away that Pecan didn't hear him, but ED seen the drone go by. He knows where Farlord is. Farlord's eliminated by Harambe anyway, so that mist drone wasn't the thing that hurt them, but could have certainly ended up hurting them. Third floor control still in favor of Direwolves, but ED just gets a little bit too tunnel visioned on the Amaru, who was dead for a good 10-15 seconds before his own death. Champion once again with the mankind advantage. Harambe, is he going to try and retake this? Right now, it is looking like Champion are actually in a very good spot in map control. Lots of angles being opened up, and Harambe and the rest of Direwolves are stuck. But Jackie Wu knifes Elotic, and it's 3v3.
3v3 certainly could be doable, and I say that with full confidence. Jackie will once again fiends out. Pardon me, yet another frag. And with the drone starting to come in, I mean, there's still a minute to go. Champion could very much pace themselves, but Swing comes around. It's all clinical. Souffle is just all gone. Goes the side to stretch the hamstrings as well there. Well, test the crouch button a little bit. Power it is all that is left between Direwolves scoring the match-winning point, and Champion, well, trying to hold themselves together in this absolute storm that has been brought upon them by the Direwolves after the sheer look, it's a complete 180 from what we've seen back in the previous matchup. It did result in a complete overtime. This looks everything but the overtime in Fien.
It's a complete 180 from what we've seen from Direwolves in every single matchup so far in this operationally. The only match, as I said, that hasn't been close was their demolition by Gaming Gladiators. But instead of losing 7-2, they win 7-2 today, and a bit of an anticlimactic finish to this matchup. Direwolves, we both said it at the start, this was the time to kind of just put some distance between them and Champion. 3 points for them gets them that distance, and basically virtually ensures that they are going to be in the playoffs. They have 23 points after that game, and that is an 8-point cushion over Champion.
Very nice. Yeah, that is putting us at a very interesting sort of scoreline where now, yeah, Direwolves being able to, actually, funnily enough, prior to the Gaming Gladiators match, actually claim the first place.
Yeah.
Which is now, yeah, for now, obviously, yeah. There's still going to be an absolutely nice set of games, and you know, for between Fury and Elevate, actually, Fury might just also be able to try to claim the point for themselves. But GG, by the end of it all, might just get to show us, you know, our a masterclass of how to play Siege. But look, let's cast our side back, Infian. I'll give you a bit of an ambitious one. What went wrong there for Champion? Almost far too many. Really.
Now it can be summed up, and the answer, as I said in a couple of rounds, was just the discipline. I think Champion, we talked about how their individual stats are not the greatest, but they were clearly making it work with team play. What was not visible was team play in that game, and that was really what hurt them the most.
Yeah, I'll definitely have to agree with you on this one. It certainly felt a little bit off, a little bit uncoordinated. Just you name, just a whole lot of it all, honestly. But look, at least speaking of the dubs that already, well, Direwolves already copped themselves their own dubs. Dear viewers, once again, if you follow R6SEA channel and you enter a hashtag Fight for Glory all in one word into the chat, you will go into the giveaway. That does happen after every conclusion of a map. So 4 times you get a choice, well, not the choice, or you get the ability to possibly score yourself some nice R6 credits, PC only, unfortunately for now, and then an R6 Operation League Southeast Asia pin as well on top of it all. So, look, definitely make sure to drop those hashtags in the chat. But apart from that, look, Infian, it has been a interesting, let's call it, start, because I personally was awaiting for the full-blown, you know, full send, full scoreline result, given just the previous outcomes. Yeah. And now it turned out into, well, an absolute just domination by Direwolves. So maybe we back on track?
Yeah, potentially. I mean, we did say Direwolves were looking to prove themselves, you know, looking to get their revenge, and really looking to confirm the playoff spot. And I think at this point, you know, you basically have Champion were the closest team to threaten them. And I believe, like, you know, since they are, with this matchup, their round differential goes up to +12. And Northern Forces are 9 points behind. So they're definitely safe from Northern Forces. 9 points behind for Northern Forces, -6 on the round differential. Not in threat, and then they of course just got like +5 against Champion, and they got the head-to-head against them. You can basically say the Direwolves are safe. They got their dominant win that they needed. The first one in Operation League, not too much of a surprise knowing the quality. Champion, I guess, is a really good learning opportunity for them. They need to learn the maps a little bit better. They need to learn the discipline a little bit better, and just kind of go back and put the ego aside and just learn as much as you can from this and see where they all made mistakes, because this is the perfect position for Champion to kind of take the step up and become a better team. It's a great game for them in that
absolutely absolutely, yeah, plenty of learning material. Well, whilst the Champion roster will get to, you know, put aside their keyboard and start, you know, get back to learning how, at least, well, how to counter Direwolves, and Direwolves will lavish in their own victory. We are going to be taking a short break to get ourselves prepared for our next matchup, that is going to be Obsession versus Strafe. So don't go too far away, get yourself hydrated. We'll see you in a little bit.
And no one makes me feel like you do.
I've been on the road, I've been doing shows. Now we eating steak, remember sleeping on the floor. We Stealing at the gas station when the time was cold. In the kitchen, hot still trying to flip it out the stove. Rocking fake J's, praying that nobody know. Watch them take my dog away, it was way too hard to stay composed. Fight to see the light of day, all this blood on my clothes. I was tired every day, green light, it's time to go. I don't wanna live life fast or die too young. Die too young. 100 miles per hour, I might crash cause the good die young. Yeah, the good die young. Push it to the limit, I can't go no more. Red light, no way, I'm coming back home. Long dirt road, all on my own. I'ma be the greatest, write my name in the stone. Write my name in the stone. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Write my name in the stone. Cause I'm coming back home. Cause I'm coming back home. Right back where I left because I know my people needed me. Diamond in the rough, I don't know what it is they see in me. Go down as a legend in my city cause we beat the streets. Trying to spread the wealth around the block, no I can't keep from me. Told me I should leave. I see the bigger picture and it's way bigger than me. Can't be living like a king, but my people need to eat. If I got it, then you got it, we gon' get back on our feet. And I put it on me. I don't wanna live life fast or die too young. Or die too young. 100 miles per hour, might crash cause good die young. Yeah, but here I come. Push it to the limit, I can't go no more. Red light, no way, I'm coming back home. Long dirt road, all on my own. I'ma be the greatest, write my name in the stone. Write my name in the stone. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Write my name in the stone.
Fighting hostiles is like solving a puzzle. All the pieces are a total mess. Then you solve it as if you always knew the answer.
There are civilians out there who need us. They can't fight back. They can't escape. And they can't heal their own wounds. That's our job. And we're the best at it. By being careful and compassionate, we can make the world a safer place for everyone. We do this to be of service. And we can't afford to be complacent. When we go out there, we work twice as hard to protect others. Whatever we have to do, we put the people first. That will be our focus. With unwavering diligence, we defend. And we get to say that when Wolfguard is on the field, things will be different.
手加減はしねえ。死にてえやつだけかかってこい。
Get your squad back together in Rainbow Six Siege to earn free operators and an exotic weapon skin with the Squad Up reactivation program. If you've played Siege in Year 7, find up to 4 teammates who haven't. Play 5 matches of any PvP mode with them to earn your rewards. Your teammates will earn a free operator as well. Then they can bring back 4 more players to earn even more rewards.
Left to work with here. Safri's got all the information he needs. Oh!
And he uses it. Wow.
Wow.
And he uses it. Amazing. Does see that his teammates are picking up kills all over. Or, well, deaths, really. And wow, okay. Chill, Hajime. Dang.
Decent play. Rick's getting rid of what Melon now opens up, tears open the possibilities, and Celotic tries to push him through the fire and flames. Speaking of the problems, one tap to boot. Hoven clean with it. On the other hand, though, on the defense, Toji bringing in the Bandit, so getting back to the vanilla roots, I guess you could call this a disgusting angle yet again. Very cautious. So is Hoven about their presence up above. The Valkyrie has reveals the position. Nails the shot. How does he do that?
Back pocket, no C4, but Power takes down Hoven. Ape another kill! A gasoline tank, because he's burning the whole building down. This guy is on a absolute trailblaze right now, and he's throwing it. What? Again! A quadra kill gets put down by Firelord, who gets a double for himself.
And bring this one back like Collis. 1v4 mix it a 1v3 is going to be that anchor position that the Northern Forces want to hold on to in the power struggle. But like Collis, he gets another kill on a bin. 1v2. He knows someone has to be out on that landing. It's going to be Yiga. He peeks it. He gets a kill on a Classy. Down to the 1v1. Doesn't know where he is exactly. Has to stick the defuse.
Even if I'm starting to lose face, keep my head out, still going on my way. Call my own shots until I'm breaking. Get a move on until I make it. But I can't go back, and having regrets, hitting all the stacks, and that is why we're here. We're one gonna last. Tell me, what are you waiting? Take it over, and this is my year.
Yeah, 7-2. Yeah. No, I think, yeah, the faith should be back in Dials. In fact, it really should never have been gone. We do know that, you know, they had the bout with COVID for ED and Harambe for a little bit, for like 2 weeks they were affected by it. So they had a couple of playdays in the Operation League that were kind of a struggle for them for that reason as well, and for the other reason where they were testing things out, and just kind of when it gets critical, then they will turn it up. And today it was kind of critical, just to kind of close it out. After this, you don't really have to worry about it anymore. 8 points between them and Champion right now. It's probably going to become 9 by the end of next week, just given how things are going to go probably. And then after that, that's playoffs guaranteed for Dio. So what they did today was pretty much just taking out their closest rivals by a dominating margin. Job done as expected from Direwolves. Champion gave it the best shot. Probably should have tried a little bit better with discipline rather than just trying to see what sticks. But as you said, it kind of felt like the map maybe was just won in the map ban phase, where they picked Cafe over Oregon, and Cafe is a strong map, a really strong map for Direwolves.
It appears that my microphone has just been muted initially. That's my apologies on that one. But yeah, look, once again, for those who haven't heard, welcome everyone. Playday 11 has been absolutely a smashing time of a performance. But up next, our matchup number 2, Obsession versus Astrape. Now, on one hand, Obsession, a team that has been having a bit of a weird run. Let's be honest with us. It's a roster that so far managed to cop themselves 3 points, or rather three wins, rather, with 9 points total. But then 7 flat-out losses in regulation, which didn't really give them any sort of advantage, any push towards any further bits on the leaderboard. And on paper, it is a roster that could be good. But, I mean, you look at the KDs, for the most of it is just nearing the 1 point or either negative. And can't really call anything off the back of that, apart from the fact that Obsession just been definitely just struggling with maybe just their identity.
Yeah, Obsession haven't had the best of times. Their players are far more experienced at what they're showing right now. And looking at these stats as well, just generally negative across the board. We have a 1+1, and then the other ones also, you have a couple of +1s, I guess. And then you have slightly decent +13 from Deadpool over on KD. But I think they're going to be just fine against their opponents today. They have the quality, even though they're underperforming, to beat a team like Astrape, who, I don't want to drag on too much for them. I'm sure they're trying their best, but they are 0-0-0-10 with 0 points and a -43 round differential right now. So, yeah, these guys are like, the whipping boys of the Operation League.
Yeah, that's one way to really describe this. Yeah, look, I'll definitely have to agree with you here, Ewok. It's been a bit of a shocker turnout here for Astrape, and unfortunately, they kind of turned into the punching bag of pretty much every other team on the leaderboard. But they have been, showing some signs alive, despite some unfortunate score lines like 7-0s and 7-1s. They were able to fight back in the recent times. I mean, taking 5 points off Direwolves yesterday. We've shown, they've shown a 3-pointer takeaway from Fury during their matchup. So it's been slowly but surely kind of in the making, but again, not yet there to actually start scoring the map points. And against a team like Obsession, maybe this could be the opportunity, but in the same vein, it's an opportunity for Obsession to finally find themselves yet another set of 3-pointers, albeit it wouldn't really change a whole lot in their position, apart from the fact that they will get a 1 step closer to possibly even contesting with Northern Forces.
Well, Astrape really just at this point, 0 expectations upon them. Perhaps they can use that to just surprise Obsession. It's hard to really talk about Astrape doing too much, rather than give them like the ultimate underdog story at every given turn. To their credit, I guess last week they did push Direwolves to round number 12. Almost got their first point off the league. It's a shame that they didn't, I guess, in one way. But today we're going to Chalet, and last week that was on Skyscraper. Skyscraper has been a map actually that Astrape have preferred for the past 2 play days. Chalet, they've played it a couple of times, not really been their forte. They lost it against Northern Forces in a 7-4 fashion. I lost it against Gladiator Gamings in a 7-1 fashion. But aside from that, just in general, just been absolute bloodbath. So this is third attempt playing Chalet. Not their best, but I guess what really is a best map in what's been a really tough league for them.
Yeah, look, I mean, for Strape at the very least, the good thing is that they have been taking literally all over the general kind of set of map picks, because they've seen even the bank, they've seen plenty of chalet, they've seen the cafe, the skyscraper, villa, you name it. Yeah. But I reckon, at least to me, the ideal kind of way for them to go about it is just go to something like even Oregon. Look, nothing gets any more iconic than Oregon with an APAC, and at this point it's just basically down to basics with how to for it to be played out. But I mean, Chalet, yeah, look, it's a map that has a very weird dynamic in general, at least within, say, even you compare it to something like OCE. For OCE, it has been within at least the tier 2, it has been a very much attacker-sided map. So whoever manages to score the most amount of points on the defense, or on the offense, is the one that, generally speaking, wins out the matchup there for themselves. So look, for Obsession, they just want to find themselves the wins. They just want to get back into the swing of things. They just want to get back to scoring the dubs. Because it has been a bit of just a problematic time. Let's face it, and I mean, not a whole lot of ways to really remedy those sort of performances.
Yeah, Obsession should be fine. I think what was a good thing for them that they did was ban out Border. Now, Border, obviously, it's a very fun map. It's very exciting. It's very frenetic all the time. More so in APAC, of course, where everything is frenetic. Fanatics in the other APAC. Border is sometimes maybe unkindly called as the map where good teams go to die. So really, it's a good situation that they don't want to risk the fact that a Strape maybe pull off something by just gun skill or unorthodox plays, which is a hallmark of Border. So they've gone to Chalet, where it's a little bit more defined and a little bit harder to do funky stuff. As we've launched right into bans and Flores taken off the board, just as it was in the previous matchup.
Yeah, Flores on Chalet does make things a whole lot easier for the pushes to come, for the breaches to happen. So does Thatcher. So he is going to be out of the equation. Now, holds like the kitchen dining would be a whole lot more problematic to really get by and get past. So curious how we'll see operators like Twitch will come into the play, into the swing of things. Wamai once again banned out. It seems like it's a day for it to ban out all the Wamais, to start digging into the comfort zones of the opponents. And, well, for Obsession, they seem to be rather comfortable with not allowing the Wamai, or rather his Magnet's utilities, to actually be present. Look, final ban, and it is, well, again, Azami. Nothing too unusual, it seems, as you alluded to before.
Yeah. It's continuing on the trend, really, here in APAC. We had 3 out of the 4 bans in this matchup, also seen in the previous one. Just the Thatcher coming in instead of, what was it in the previous matchup? Kind of slipping my mind. I think it was...
Ying. It was Ying.
Ying, that's right, yeah. It was a Ying ban instead of Thatcher. Obviously, Direwolves had a plan, when they got the Ying ban, or was it Champion? Either way, the point is the bans are going to be standard. There's really not much more to say about that. Generic reasons at this point. But we're going to go over to the second floor to start things off for Strape. These guys are in a very good mood, even though Phenomenal is is very blur for us. These guys are having a good time, really, it seems.
Why not? Gotta have some good times at least sometimes. But yeah, look, I'm definitely curious how will a Strape with Bolivian and Co be able to really perform here, because I've been kind of talking this with some of our other colleagues within the league as well, and it's been kind of feeling like it even before. It's just a Strape, they have a good theory, it's just more so getting to the point of, well, where the execution, where the practical part of it is, that's where they end up faltering really, really badly. So, for Astrape, this here is just yet another practice to try to just handle the heat from some of the far more experienced players in the scene. For Obsession, it's an opportunity to polish their own art, their own performance in the play. And I mean, we do look at the lineup. It seems like they trying to bring a very well-rounded sort of gameplay for themselves.
Wow. Astrape, not too bad, as you said. Their defensive lineup should be able to rebuff this attack. It's a very standard attack. You got a line, I guess, that is a little bit different from what you usually see. And you got throwables coming in, the Wamai being banned, of course, by Obsession. Very obvious decision. Silence takes the first kill onto Phenomenal. Deadpool piles on to Bolivian. That's 2 big kills, especially for the smoke off the board. Coconut Head trying to take another fight. Deadpool's gonna be helping out with the frag grenade. Deadpool's gonna be helping out with the kill as well. Triple. And Cthulhu, you handed off to me for my 30 seconds.
Yeah.
And this round's coming to an end.
Yeah, it's all just looking like it's, just about to be a wrap-up. The E1D plus Finka does, generally speaking, work out quite well, but I say that Young Alpha actually continuing to still keep on threshing, trying to find the right shots, but no, unfortunately misses out on the push from Silence, and yeah, that is all a wrapper. But, look, not much to really discuss, apart from the fact that it's just, Obsession kind of found, okay, well, they didn't really invest a whole lot into their library defense, might as well push that.
Yeah, so we saw 2 frag grenade kills, am I right? Yeah.
So. Yeah.
I think we saw 2 frag grenade kills. And just each player, it seemed, from Astrape just on an island, not really having support from the rest of the teammates. So as you said, the theory versus execution situation kind of looked like it was coming to the fore again. The positions are, well, the exact same positions as you see in, like, even like the best of the best teams in the NAL, for example, play. Exact same positions, exact same reinforcements. But I don't know where like the Jaeger ADSs were, whether they were burned, because the way that Obsession swept in, I'm not sure whether Astrape just couldn't deal with the gunfights or what it was. It happened so fast, and so much of it was so quick that even an observer couldn't catch it. And yeah, Obsession just took that round with what looked like 0 difficulty at all. It kind of looks like when I'm playing with my, my gold ranked squad, and then we come up against like high plats. And, we're like, okay, we know, we have like the idea of what to do, but we know we're gonna get whooped.
Yeah, that's basically kind of the idea here as well. Is just the Astrape trying to at least find kind of their own comfort zone, their own ground to really play their play, but their play does very much differs from the play from the opponent. So, look, not too sure what in actual reality can be done about Astrape's situation, given that it has been a little bit so-so, very shaky. But good to see that at least they trying. Young Alpha, once again, being the absolute Chad that he is, being able to find some really, really clean frags, but more so that was just him farming up the frags before the end of the round. Oh my lord.
Yeah. One more gonna go to Coconut Head as he gets 2 opening picks, and again, these are within the first minute of the round, and just looking like a similar situation is gonna happen. Look, they're bringing an absolute fragging firepower set of operators here. You got the Yana with the ARX, you got the Twitch with the F2. Finka, I don't think we need to say anything about her. There is still the Hibana, I guess, in case they need like a hard breach. But look at this. They're just taking gunfights, and they're so confident, and they're pound for pound better players than Astrape. And I think looking at the league results, that is plainly obvious. Looking at the experience that Obsession has, that is plainly obvious as well. Say these are not flawless rounds. This won't be. You see Young Alpha get 1 as well, but it's hard to be excited about these when Obsession are making it so easy. if there was some challenge, even if it
Oh
were a
my.
7-0, that would feel a lot more exciting because it would be a little bit will they, won't they. But right now, it's almost certainly like, yeah, Obsession will, and a straight won't.
Yeah, this definitely feels a little bit so-so on a number of performances. But look, at least this means that for Obsession there is all the possibilities to make it a rather quick turnout. Really, 7-1, 7-0 could certainly be on the cards. And you know how we've been talking about the difference between, say, Direwolves and Champion, and for Direwolves, struggling sometimes to find the right stride against what tends to be a little bit more chaotic gameplay that comes out of Champion. Here, it feels like Obsession are somewhat on the even playing field in terms of that they're well versed in both the high end sort of competition. They know how to be structured, but at the same time, they can most certainly channel that sort of inner. I'll dare to even say ranked style, almost play style, but in a very coordinated manner. So moving on, I reckon we could find ourselves at a very interesting kind of point where Obsession could be just, farming up their own plays, but for a Strape, this is an opportunity to, get accustomed to even this kind of sort of playstyle. So once they say, if they do end up requalifying back into the next season of OPL, maybe this is where they could find themselves.
I think, really, I know it's going to sound really weird, but look, if it works for Elevate, I'm going to give these guys, like, the same kind of advice. Not that I'm a coach or anything, but just go and grind ranked, man. Take your 5-stack, just go and grind ranked, and clearly these guys are smart people. They know what to do, they know what not to do. They just kind of are not in the practice, they're not in the muscle memory of doing it. Just get that, and I think Straight can at least start pulling some points off. They haven't closed this season a couple of times, just need to kind of go all the way. Maybe once that dam breaks, you'll see them gain a little bit more confidence as well. Right now, they're not contesting Obsession, and we've seen this in like the first 2 rounds as well. The level of contention that we saw in like the previous game, it's a stark contrast to how comfortable Obsession can be on these windows, for example.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Obsession, and getting to the point where they even just bust out the Maru plays, just making sure that they just doing all their due diligence and just shutting down as many places as possible. I mean, with all the plays that could be sorted out, I mean, with Arise already down as well, yeah, this is looking pretty solid, pretty sturdy on the execution. Whilst Coconut is still doing his due diligence with being cautious about the crossfires and the utility, but for most of it, it's just fragging time.
Yeah.
Deadpool, meanwhile, as well picks up another one for himself. Young Alpha falls, Bolivian falls as well. It's just it's the usual day at the office, and the flawless round.
Well,
now it's a flawless. It took us a moment to get to that point, but look, Obsession very much looking confident.
Confident is one word for it. A straight call, a tactical timeout. They don't look too, distraught about things, but of course, it is a concerning situation for them. The fact that they have basically conceded 3 flawless rounds. Deadpool's gotten 7 kills, not died once. Silence hasn't died once as well. It's just looking way too easy for them. 3 people on a straight have not even got kills. Phenomenal. Of course, we said they're trying to have a good time, but Phenomenal right now is just looking a little bit serious. Like, right, let's at least try and give them a fight, and that's really all that they need to do. Play trades, maybe just stack things up as hard as you can to win engagements. Make it like, I don't know, a 3v1 in every engagement you take against the attackers, because Obsession right now are obviously confident that they're going to walk into every single gunfight and win it. Because, 1 for 1, they are better players. So Straight needs to adjust for that. They need to stack the odds against Obsession as hard as they can. And then work from there. So you got to start with like the absolute basics because that's where they are.
Yeah, working around the basics is probably going to be the better shout in the general direction there for themselves. But look, Ewok, I'm not feeling particularly too confident about how things been really unraveling here for Astrape for the most of it, just purely off the back of the fact that it's been so lopsided where you look at any given point during the round and Obsession is just there. They fragging. They absolutely going hard with each and every bit of the opportunity that is being given to them, which feels almost I did say counterintuitive with the fact just how many already matches been given to Astrape to study on. One would expect some sort of an extra result, but in the way how Chalet been so far going, it seems like that sort of hope has been kind of falling apart almost.
At the end of the day, as every APAC team discovers when they go to like the international stage, you will have no expectations. But why do we always see these APAC teams be moderately successful? Why do we see them like win 1 or 2 games? It's because of the mindset, I guess, they shift themselves in. I'm not saying that Astrape don't have that mindset, but the way they treat themselves is like, look, we are up against a wall. The fact that no one's expecting anything of us is a good thing, and they started off really well. They got the 2 opening picks before Silence answers back. And this is how you want to be doing things. You take the gunfights that you can, but just as quickly it goes back in Obsession's favor. But it's still a 2v2. This is as close as it's been, and it's a 1v2 for Bolivian.
It is. Yeah, this is so far has been a very interesting turnout already. Obsession actually losing quite a number of people, actually opting to, said to not really go for a plan just yet, waiting for those sound cues as well. Now Bolivian exposing himself just off the back of those corner stations, able to, at least take on those gunfights at a full HP, but I say that a singular headshot basically solves all of those problems rather cleanly. And in saying that, what else can be done here? What else can be asked about? And in reality, nothing much really, because so far 4-0, we're possibly at this rate looking at a clean 6-0 for Astrape.
Say it, because we're looking at a 7-0.
Yeah, 7-0. I mean, I was more so meaning towards the first half, but you are very much correct. 7-0, very looking, very strong at the moment on the horizon.
Okay, so let's talk about like that round a little bit. So obviously, Obsession are like straying towards overconfidence, and it's not their fault. Like, why wouldn't you be overconfident? The ease at which you've been winning these rounds, even though you lost those 2 first engagements, you still managed to pull things back from that 3v5 very, very quickly. Astrape, they got lucky with those 2 kills, I guess, and we didn't see the second one, but I'm going to assume that's how it went down. They capitalized on Obsession's overconfidence, sure, but what they didn't do still was stack the odds against Obsession. You still 1v1 engagements, and that's why Bolivian at the end, when it became the 2v2, both these players at the end in the 2v2 were stuck separate away from each other. They just couldn't support each other, they couldn't play off each other, and that's, I guess, the main failing of the execute. If there was one key failing that they really, really need to improve, is just working off of each other, staying close to each other. Like, you see it right now. Young Alpha, completely alone. This area, this library push in, is not something that defenders are equipped to fight alone. Not in the yellow ping meta, absolutely. And, okay, there we go. Arise comes in. So that is some support. Let's see how they deal with it this time.
Yeah, let's hope that Astrape will be able to find their own kind of stride here. But yeah, you are very much correct, Infi, and the fact that it ends up being kind of almost those 1vx kind of pushes that the defense has to really try to repel definitely doesn't bode too well, really, in the grand scheme of things. And playing for the overmatch, I mean, that's been kind of the general play here from Obsession. At least the Rise is starting to, get adjusted to those kind of swings. The push comes around and actually lines up a double. That is a clean one, actually, from him. But very quickly traded out. Nearly J-Lucky finding himself a double of his own. That would be one hell of a way. Silence, though, from behind does clear out the position on the library stairs. And all of a sudden, all of these problems just been kind of withered away. Yeah, look, damage permanence is there, but at the same time, player count is still just about the same.
Yeah. See, that's the thing. So, obviously, these guys are kind of getting the idea. They are getting kills. But, so obviously, that... okay, there we go. Another kill. The flip side of, like, dedicating 2v1s is that, the other areas is going to be like a 3v5. And that's exactly what Obsession is taking advantage of right now. They're identifying that really well. And that's the danger of just being in a team that is just not individually as skilled. Like, all 5 players are not as skilled as, like, the worst player on the opposition team.
Oh.
But here we go! That's a beautiful round for Astrape, and finally they get something for their troubles. Obsession didn't do anything special over there, neither did Astrape, but Astrape started off with the basics and they kind of kept at it. Still a lot of issues with not kind of playing off of each other, but you take what you get, and not too bad from Astrape over here. At least they managed to get one kill. They traded things out. They were not too far away from each other, even though they were not too supportive of each other either. So they're getting there, I guess.
Getting there indeed, yeah. Look, I have to say, yeah, finally Astrape off starting to find those early picks, and it certainly seems like the moment they get those early picks, that's where they could start, finding their own footing, and that's great and all, but how long can you really rely on this kind of scenario where you're the one able to find that sort of momentum of your own, and then and get the frags on top of it, off the back of that? Because relying on a Rise to get that double every time from these similar positions feels a little bit of a stretch, but maybe they just need to, allow him, enable him to do so. We'll put in a little bit more extra utility and just almost make him like a defensive entry player.
Yeah. Just kind of, when you get those man advantages, I guess, because I guess they do have a little bit of the ability to get kills. It's not like they're useless, they can't shoot back, they're not like me playing against pro teams. They can get their kills, they can play their positions, they know generally, as you said, what to do. So when they get the man advantages, then they can consolidate a little bit more. That would make you a little bit more comfortable. But the question, of course, then, step by step, right? Okay, now we've got the man advantages. What happens when you don't? What happens when, they get the man advantage? What happens when they get like a big, sizable man advantage? How do we come back from that? And valid concerns. But again, just start with like the absolute rock bottom basics, and then you can do something about it. Now, Arise is playing off of someone right now. He's got 3 Obsession members, I think, bearing down on him, and Phenomenal. Coconut Head is going to be like the biggest problem for them because he can res everyone back to like full health, even though they're going to be taking a couple of pot shots. Astrape can't back themselves in gunfights either right now. It's a confidence issue, and partly is also a skill issue. Like, confidence issue is for a good reason. Just got to back themselves and stack themselves up here. Exactly what they're doing. 3 people now on this second floor. Make that 2 again. Good waste of time. Half the round is gone. Only 1 man left. And Phenomenal should be backing off as well. He's got a C4 in the pocket. Might be better to use that on the vertical instead. That's what he does. Beautiful. Good start.
Yeah, beautiful, beautiful play. Really good general performance that has been so far, developed bit by bit, slowly but surely. But if Astrape could push this to a 4-2 score, and maybe this is where we could find a really nice contest, as I say that. Bolivian picking up a nice kill onto Roldini, who got a little bit of a moment of hesitation, let's call it that. Exactly. Plus a C4 from below, perfectly executed so far by Big G. And yeah, look, so far it's looking pretty solid.
Yeah, Strape are a Thai team, and like if you've played ranked in Southeast Asia, you know that Thai players are absolutely cracked. So they can take these gunfights, and they're showing it finally. They're not getting swung and overwhelmed as Jay Lucky tries to go hunting down in the basement. Not going to get anything. Silence is sweeping in. So one by one, Obsession are sending their players into the meat grinder. It might work out for them if you have the defenders make such mistakes. But there we go. Bolivian comes up top. Another beautiful set of movements from him. But the plant is now going down.
Absolutely so. Bolivian on an absolute ripper of a performance. The smoke, or rather in the guise of the smoke, the plant has gone down, but the moment the smoke does dissipate, this is where the problems might start compounding, and can't really find a whole lot of frags, and yeah, Bolivian is the one to find himself a quad kill. An absolutely stunner of a turnout, but oh man, I gotta say, there's definitely been a couple moments where it felt like a bit of a nail biter with the general swing of things there for the team of Obsession, but maybe that sort of cheekiness is now, well, it can't really be gauged as much as one could do before.
Yeah, so Strape obviously finally are making their man advantages count. They're making the mistakes that Obsession are making. They're punishing them for it. They're using that to their advantage. Now, of course, it's not like Obsession can't stamp these mistakes out. It's not like Obsession are playing, like, giving it their all, and they're getting rebuffed by a Strape. As I pointed out, they were taking the 1v1 gunfights that were working for them in the first 4 rounds because, well, they're looking like better players. It's not worked out for them in the past 2 rounds as well as they would have hoped. Almost did in like a couple of scenarios, like, you know, Bolivian, if he hadn't like popped off in that round, we could have seen a different result. But Strape just did what they had to do. They saw the problem in front of them, and that was Obsession being a little bit sloppy, and they punished them for it. And that's all you can do. You don't have to make it too flashy. You don't have to make it too dominant. As long as you're getting the job done, that's all right. And given that this is a very attacker-sided map, a 4-2-half, as you pointed out, Cthulhu, is a decent place for them to be, and Obsession will see whether they will be made to rue those 2 drop points, because, let me remind you, last week, it was on a different map, but last week, Direwolves were taken to round 12 by a Strape.
Indeed so. Well, Strape definitely will need to bring their own kind of flavor to this game very, very soon if they do want to stick around anytime longer. Young Alpha, a very cheeky sort of angle to watch directly in through the window into what initially was thought to be the side, but not actually is. There is, though, a presence of a wild Aruni. Oh lordy, Deadpool getting a little bit too jiggy with it, but can't really find yet the jiggle peak he wants to find. And as it stands, Obsession starting to get a little bit pressured about this sort of push.
Yeah, Obsession maybe just kind of getting a little bit nervous, like, if they give a 3rd round up, especially now on the reverse roll, might give a Strape sense of belief that they don't want them to get after the 4 rounds that was so dominantly in their own favor. So it's a good start for Obsession. They haven't lost anyone just yet. They've wasted half the round, and that's what worked out for Strape in the previous round itself. Good time wastage, good falling off at the correct timings, which, might I say, not to harp on it too much, was the thing that Champion didn't do well enough. And we are seeing both these teams finally grow into it and do exactly that, and I think we might see it successful for the defenders again. Obsession only giving a Strape 1 minute for this execute.
Certainly so. Young Alpha, again, finding that swing. Perfect ARX push there with the Iana utility. Frag grenade out, but won't be connecting anywhere, really. At least a really solid take of the dining room. Soon to be the kitchen as well. But as I say that, Pig G as well, finding yet another angle, but being punished off his own curiosity. Though, Infian 26 seconds remaining. The push needs to start happening, and it might just end up being forced out of a strafe, which could pose then later down the line a problem with timing, the double Claymore stack there as well, to try to at least ensure some sort of safety. But I say that it's a complete fall apart. A Strape fail in every possibility. I say that though the LMG does in fact go brrr for a brief moment, and then it all kind of falls apart. Obsession back on track though.
Yeah. Okay. So, yeah, I don't exactly want to say I told you so, but yes, I told you guys so. The round in the past 2 rounds, really, they were played well by the defenders. What were the defenders doing? They were falling off at the right moments. They were wasting time, and most importantly, even though they weren't getting picks themselves, they weren't giving up picks to the attackers as they came in. Just, I guess, if Champions watching, I would say watch and learn from these past 2 rounds. Just exactly what we need to see from defenders in a map where attackers are going to be the heroes more often than not. It's a very fine line, of course, to tread between how much do you hang on to these spots, how much do you play your life, when do you give it up. But as long as, I guess, they're not getting too much map control too quickly, as long as they're not dumping utility and clearing your own, then I think you can fall off a little bit earlier and then come back, maybe on the flank, for example. Chile does have 3 staircases, a bunch of hatches here and there. Gives you a fair opportunity to come back and retake the site. Although it's a little bit harder here on Baron Gaming if you lose control of A. So we'll see how Obsession try and burn the time of a Strafe over here. Because as Bolivian has shown in the past 2 rounds, and almost showed in round number 7, you give him a chance, he's absolutely going to punish you.
So, well, with the Obsession, once again, getting to hold off yet another round, yet another site. We're looking to try to make sense of this whole chaotic nature. Once again, a possibility of a 7-2 scoreline in a similar way how Direwolves were able to just close it out is still very much on the horizon, but arguably a Strape are on a, much more preferred, a much more, win-sided side for themselves. Whereas for Obsession, they just get to literally just reign supreme throughout majority of the map. A lot of the ground there has been already covered by a Strafe as they're getting closer and closer to that sort of the final destination. Control over the mezzanine and those library stairs will be very much crucial, but we say that Deadpool and JLucky is playing around the mezzanine and the library, plus Silence as well, up on the library hallway stairs. So this is going to be a very, very dangerous adventure, plus the 3 gas grenades. This is going to be really, really messy.
Well, 5 versus 5 still, which is the key, as I've been saying, for these defenders. And the map control, you can see they haven't really tried taking library directly, but there's a trade coming out. The attackers get 1, but the defenders get 2, and with 1 minute remaining, no library control still at this point. Not even balcony control firmly in the attackers' favor. 2 people stuck in office. Oh, that's a beautiful grenade! It's just not cooked enough! Silence should have been dead, but he survives, only loses shield. Deadpool, though, falls, and Bolivian makes it 3 versus 3.
Yeah, with Bolivian fallen, this is getting a little bit closer now to the possibility of a taken round in favor of a Strafe. With 36 seconds, though, this is getting closer and closer. A little bit more of a nail-biter, though. Silence falling back, deciding to go for a rotate. So is Coconut Head. A little bit off-side, so possibilities of maybe a retake could really happen. Silence does get the better of Phenomenal, and that is now, well, that's a sledge out of the equation. That's another one gone. Only 1 player remaining. MP5 is good. It's clean. Coconut Head wraps it all up, and whatever the advantage that was there, Infian, was completely ripped away, stolen, one could even say.
Yeesh. And look, I mean, Obsession played it perfectly. This is exactly what you need to do. You lost the advantage, you lost second floor control, and you know if you linger around, they will find you, they will kill you. So what did these guys do? they essentially vanished. And because Strape don't really have the confidence because they haven't been winning the games, they haven't won anything actually. Oh, Rotini, I don't think you want to be saying that. Well, let's move past. Obsession, they just vanished, and they played Phantom inside of Strape's mind. Strape were just like pre-firing random angles, just shooting through the floor, because Strape expected Obsession to be lingering around, to be taking the fight. They expected Obsession to panic and really dig their heels into the bomb site. But Obsession, confident in themselves, of playing the off angles, of maybe even playing the retake if need be, they just fall off and go for the tucked away Harry Potter corner. They know that there's not going to be anyone on that south window anymore, and that's a triple kill for the Melusi at the very end. It just kind of works out very easily for them. Straight panic themselves despite having the mankind advantage, and I guess that just comes with time, that comes with experience for them.
Very much so. Experience certainly showing quite thoroughly. And yeah, look, even with just their sheer playstyle, it feels like Obsession just kind of instilled a little bit of a fear into their opponents, who just expect them literally everywhere and at the same time nowhere, which seems to be a good shot, good play. General kind of idea. Roldini, though, a bit of a cheeky play. Whether he gets punished off the back of that is a whole different question. Jonas there. Oh, this could be dangerous. This could be dangerous. Gotta pull back.
No.
Gotta dip. Oh, Lord, he's alive.
No way. You had two people. You had two drones. That the ERC just expired. Why was there no one peeking? And I think I know the answer, but I don't want to say it. But I will say it. I guess they just didn't have the confidence to kind of hold the angles. Just hold it down. And it just is a hallmark, I guess, of a Strape so far in this matchup. Just not confident enough to kind of stick their nose in and punish people off on the rotate. Roldini should have been dead.
Very much should have been punished in every shape and form, but fortunately, not yet the case. Could we see a clean one again? Phenomenal. Good intro onto Jay Lucky, getting rid of the Jaeger. So does Fall Coconut Head, the person who was able to sow the absolute chaos into the ranks of a Strape previously. So once again, early player advantage is good and great right now. But phenomenal. Punishing Deadpool, who gets a little bit too cheeky now in a, well, technically 2v5. Things are certainly now leaning into the fact that, well, Strape might just be able to finally score themselves yet another point, but we've seen those be yoinked away from them in a very clean fashion, so I wouldn't call it just yet.
So Roldini, he got away at the start. The three of his teammates couldn't. What can he do after getting away and surviving? They burnt the time, yes, but they've also lost 3 members, where there's nary a HP loss on the side of a Strape. I keep on reading that tag as Astralis, it's just when I flick over. But yeah, Strape, they are fighting with silence alone on site, and Roldini's left his teammate on an island. He's only got 2 kills in this matchup so far, and he needs to get 5, or maybe only 1 if he can deny the plant, but it doesn't look like he's going to be anywhere close. He needs to play the retake, can't even get 1, and it's a flawless round for a Strape. And if there ever was a round to give them the confidence, I think that would be.
Certainly feels like it. Well, at least a Strape are not out of this just yet, and they are able to bring back a really decent, scoreline. A 3-pointer against Obsession is not too bad. You can still see the smiles across the board for Obsession, as they're kind of talking about, guys would maybe have thrown that round rather thoroughly. But in the same vein, I mean, we could technically say maybe it's just a Strape that found those kind of the good play points and just played off the back of that.
Yeah, although it did feel a little bit like Obsession were trying how far they can push their left. especially with that Roldini play at the very start. Like, that was the absolute most obvious piece of evidence of how much can I get away with, how stupid can I play, how much fun can I have, how much of a joker can I be, and still win the round. And the answer is not that much. So Obsession, they can hold it off, of course. They have a good set of operators, they have a good set of players. Let's just not do exactly what we've seen from them in the previous round. And this should be fine. Just simple playbook. Waste the time of the attackers. Try not to lose your players. Try not to give up map advantage too quickly. And then after that, the timer will help you out.
Certainly so, yeah. The play for time could definitely instill could be rather a really, really strong weapon as well against the attack. Very much so, Obsession are aware of that. They're only 1 point away from being able to claim that sort of the epic victory royale, to a certain point you could call it. And for Strape, well, do we get to see, you know, finally the bring back to happen? Given that they've been experimenting with some of the picks. I mean, introducing Thorn, that has been a very very kind of so-so of a pick, or rather a very so-so of an operator who, in theory, has a lot of great leverage, but in reality, well, doesn't really get a whole lot of pick rate for all the different reasons. So, going into this one, already minute extinguished, we haven't really seen a whole lot of progress from Astray bar the entry of the Sledge. But what's next from that? There's no ability yet to string a whole lot of momentum off the back of that, of just a single man's crusade.
Well, 1 minute 30 now burned. Oh, that's an almost engagement coming in. Phenomenal. He was phenomenal in the previous round, of course, but he's cut down. Oh, what a bait and switch from Obsession right there. He goes chasing for one up the stairs, the one from below comes up. Very cleverly played, and I like those kinds of unorthodox plays. And okay, well, God, I can't even finish my sentence and send it back to Cthulhu because guess what? The match is over.
Match is in fact over. Yeah, just
victory.
That is it. Yeah, all that could really be said about this is just, Obsession. Just built differently, it seems, at the end of it all. Wearing the G2 uniform as well, Deadpool is the MVP for that matchup. 12 kills for the man himself, 12-5 is the KD, and absolutely Obsession are getting back into the swing of things, being able to claim themselves a nice win, which brings us to a half point of the play there. I mean, it once again feels like, to a certain degree, the map pick has kind of played its own role, and I guess when we are occasionally talking about, where teams win their matches in the map picks, usually it's a very vague kind of term for us to, either just spend some time or just cover a little bit of a break between some of the matches, but today has been a very clear distinction of that, and a very clear showcase of how much the actual map pick does help, especially if you haven't really had expanded the, your own personal map pool.
Yeah, and speaking of map pick, Obsession had never played Shali up until today, and to play it, they shred these guys.
Hiding shots, Monka eyes.
7-3. Yeah, and like, I don't know, man, but like, the rounds that they gave up were obviously them trying to push their luck and like just kind of push their advantage, see what they could do, and they quickly realized it, especially the penultimate round, like very obviously, these guys realized, okay, we have given them, too much, and like, whatever. Our fun thing didn't end up being really that fun. Let's close this. Let's have a ranked session or something.
Well, closing out yet another matchup, we also do get close to our yet another giveaway spam. Fight for Glory. Well, you can spam just a single entry into the chat will get you into the giveaway. Hashtag Fight for Glory will get you 600 R6 credits for PC only, plus an opportunity to get yourself an R6 Operation League Southeast Asia pin as well, that it will be coming your way. But look, as long as our viewers do follow the Rainbow Six SEA, and as long as we get these kind of matchups, at least we do make it for a very educational time here on Rainbow Six SEA.
Yeah, I mean, well, it's not been the best of play days so far, you know. It's been very fast. We've seen basically 19 rounds so far. Sometimes you'll see 50 in one match alone. But okay, you know, you guys, maybe we really needed like the appetizers, so to speak.
Because,
you know, guess what's the next match? Well, the next match is the big one. That is the Thai Derby. Fury versus Elevate. And now if there's ever a match that's going to go to 15 rounds in this Operation League, I think it has to be this one. Both these teams are really extreme rivals of each other, and you know, there might not be any love lost between them. They got players from each other's teams, history between them, and both of them excellently played. International experience. Boy, I think your palate's ready. Your appetite's been whetted.
Yeah, well, we'll get ourselves all prepared for the mains to come around, as you just alluded to. Fury versus Elevate will come around after this break. Don't go too far away.
How I try to sleep, but you're deep in my mind. Got a hold of me. When I'm awake, I'm all blind. You and your magic, like infinite power. God knows I try to resist, but you're pulling me closer. Oh, I gotta stay away, but you won't let me. No one makes me feel like you do, and no one sets my body on fire, and no one gives me shivers like you. Oh, no one does it better. And no one makes me feel like you do, and no one sets my body on fire, and no one gives me shivers like you. Oh, no one does it
I've been on the road, I've been doing shows. Now we eating steak, remember sleeping on the floor. Stealing at the gas station when the time was cold. In the kitchen, hot still trying to flip it out the stove. Rocking fake J's, praying that nobody know. Watch them take my dog away, it was way too hard to stay composed. Fight to see the light of day, all this blood on my clothes. I was tired every day, green light, it's time to go. I don't wanna live life fast or die too young. Die too young. 100 miles per hour, might crash cause the good die young. Yeah, the good die young. Push it to the limit, I can't go no more. Red light, no way, I'm coming back home. Long dirt road, all on my own. I'ma be the greatest, write my name in the stone. Write my name in the stone. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Write my name in the stone. Cause I'm coming back home. Cause I'm coming back home. Right back where I left because I know my people needed me. Diamond in the rough, I don't know what it is they see in me. Go down as a legend in my city cause we beat the streets. Trying to spread the wealth around the block, no I can't keep from me. Told me I should leave. I see the bigger picture and it's way bigger than me. Can't be living like a king, but my people need to eat. If I got it, then you got it, we gon' get back on our feet. And I put that on me. I don't wanna live like life fast or die too young. Or die too young. 100 miles per hour might crash, cause good die young. Yeah, but here I come. Push it to the limit, I can't go no more. Red light, nowhere, I'm coming back home. Long dirt road, all on my own. I'ma be the greatest, write my name in the stone. Write my name in the stone. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Write my name in the stone.
Fighting hostiles is like solving a puzzle. All the pieces are a total mess. Then you solve it as if you always knew the answer.
There are civilians out there who need us. They can't fight back. They can't escape. And they can't heal their own wounds. That's our job. And we're the best at it. By being careful and compassionate, we can make the world a safer place for everyone. We do this to be of service. And we can't afford to be complacent. When we go out there, we work twice as hard to protect others. Whatever we have to do, we put the people first.
Get them out of here!
That will be our focus. With unwavering diligence, we defend. And we get to say that when Wolfguard is on the field, things will be different.
Get your squad back together in Rainbow Six Siege to earn free operators and an exotic weapon skin with the Squad Up reactivation program. If you've played Siege in Year 7, find up to 4 teammates who haven't. Play 5 matches of any PvP mode with them to earn your rewards. Your teammates will earn a free operator as well. Then they can bring back 4 more players to earn even more rewards.
Left to work with here. Safri's got all the information he needs. Oh!
And he uses it.
Wow. Wow.
And he uses it. Amazing. Does see that his teammates are picking up kills all over. Or, well, deaths, really. And wow, okay. Chill, Hajime. Dang.
Decent play. Rick's getting rid of what Melon now opens up, tears open the possibilities, and Celotic tries to push him through the fire and flames. Speaking of the problems, one tap to boot. Hoven clean with it. On the other hand, though, on the defense, Toji bringing in the Bandit, so getting back to the vanilla roots, I guess you could call this a disgusting angle yet again. Very cautious. So is Hoven about their presence up above. The Valkyrie has reveals the position, nails the shot. How does he do that?
Back pocket, no C4, but Power It takes on Hoven. Ape another kill! A gasoline tank, because he's burning the whole building down. This guy is on a absolute trailblaze right now, and he's going it. What? Again! A quadra kill gets put down by Firelord, who gets a double for himself.
And bring this one back, like call us 1v4. Makes it a 1v3. Is going to be that anchor position that the Northern Forces want to hold on to in the power struggle. But like Hollis, he gets another kill on a bin. 1v2. He knows someone has to be out on that landing. It's going to be Yiga. He peeks it. He gets a kill on a Classy. Down to the 1v1. Doesn't know where he is exactly. Has to stick the defuse.
If I'm starting to lose face, keep my head out, still going on my way. Call my own shots until I'm breaking. Get a move on until I make it. But I can't hold back, and having regrets, hitting all the stacks, and that is why we're here. We're one gonna last. Tell me, what are you waiting? Take it over, and this is my year.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We just crossed the halfway part of Payday 11. Just got to see 2 very dominant matches. One won by Direwolves, one won by Obsession. My name is Cthulhu. Joining me tonight is, once again, Infi and Ewok. And Ewok, we've had already 2 big, how you alluded prior to the break, appetizers, entrees, however you want to call it. Now on to the main dish. It is Fury versus Elevate, arguably the highlight of tonight's Playday. What are your initial thoughts before we get into all the nitty-gritty?
I expect fireworks. Obviously, these guys, they have Napier, as he now is known, I9, and they have BG Man, Fury have them. And these were famous players from Elevate beforehand. And Napier, of course, went to SI with Elevate, where we all remember what they did. They managed that incredible 9-12 finish back off the Onigiri 27 kill situation. So that's what Elevate are also bringing to the table. They're bringing Onigiri, they're bringing Mark, they're bringing just a very strong complement of players. And how much Fury has improved as well, has returned Fury back to that conversation as well as one of the best teams in the whole APAC South region, not just in Operation League as well. Last stage they could not even win a single matchup. They've completely turned that around on their head. These 2 changes that they've done, as I was watching them play last stage, like my main comment was they just can't win gunfights. But Fury's just upgraded their mentality, it seems. and they absolutely can win gunfights. So it is going to be one hell of an aggressive filled, just frag fest.
Absolutely. I mean, yeah. Look, to cast our side back in the past, Elevate managed to win out before against Fury on a map of Skyscraper. Interestingly enough, 7-5 was that scoreline, where initially the first half concluded in a 3-3 scoreline, and then from there on out, once Elevate went onto the defense, it was their map to win. It was a 4-2 scoreline at the end of the second half, and well, certainly Fury are looking to pull a bit of a comeback here. They want to ensure that they are nailing their performances. They obviously want some sort of a revenge. Plus, given the fact that they are currently in the position to keep up the advantage over Elevate, and Elevate would need a regulation win here to surpass Fury. There's quite a few stakes being put for both of the teams, more so probably Fury than Elevate even.
Yeah, I mean, although I would argue the fact that Fury only really need 1 point to maintain status quo, stay in third over Elevate's fourth right now, does, I guess, take the edge off for them a little bit more. But, both of these guys have matches coming up, like literally against each other in Apex South as well. So there's going to be one spicy primer for that matchup, which is going to be on the final play day for Apex South, by the way, in 2 weeks. It's going to be crazy, and I'm so excited that we're getting a preview of it here, because the two teams are going to be going for it here as well. And you can see Hajime, he's absolutely regained his form. BG Man and I9, I talked about absolutely lethal players as well. And all of Fury, if you noted, had positive KDs. But then, Elevate, pretty much all of them have it as well. And Zappa particularly has that obscene plus 41 on that KD. Onigiri's not as dominant as he usually is, as we've seen him in international competition, for example. But so far, Elevate are doing just fine. They're still in the top 4. Really, their main concern, I guess, is going to be the chasing twins of Champion and Northern Forces. Northern Forces, who could, after this game, against Gaming Gladiators, they could make it 17 points, and then Elevate, if they lose this in regulation, for example, or if they only get 1 point, then Elevate might be in a little bit of trouble. And they sure as hell, being an Apex South team, being one of the best teams, they don't want to look like chumps and fall out of the playoff spots.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Elevate, arguably one of the teams that has absolute potential to just run away with just a variety of points, a variety of ways to play their game. They have certainly had a bit of an odd kind of turnout so far. Obviously, Zappa, being the big highlight player back in yesterday's games, an absolute ash fiend with the R4C Russian reflex as well. Been rocking the boat on Villa, but we get ourselves a pleasant surprise. Infian, it was down to Fury to actually decide which map we were going. It was either Theme Park or Skyscraper, and they decided to actually ban out Theme Park. So a complete repetition of the matchup in Playday 4 could be upon us, but this time, if you already know how Elevate are playing, they've seen how Elevate played yesterday against Champion, and certainly looking to impose their own momentum maybe here.
Yeah, indeed. And we always say, and this is usually more relevant in majors or playoff situations, where the rematch favors the loser of the first matchup. And I think in this case, as you said, the fact that we are going to Skyscraper over here once more, I think adds to that factor. The fact that Fury know, as you said, what Elevate are going to be doing. We know that Fury have been working on themselves as well. They've just been going from strength to strength, or rather weakness to strength this season. And they are just finding themselves back again. They're showing that, yes, they are a team to be feared in Thailand. And I will note, though, this Spacehead is playing over here, and usually over in Apex South, he's not there. It's Dark instead. So let's see whether Spacehead can, roll back the years. He was one of Fury's best players, and he'll need to be one of Fury's best players in this matchup. to fight off their close rivals Elevate.
Very much so. Keen to see how will this really happen, how will this really play out. Because, look, yeah, for Elevate it's been a bit of a rough timeline, just in general. I mean, the yesterday's match against Champion, where they only just managed to, you know, scrape away with the full overtime as well, definitely was showing a few signs of concern there. Even prior to that, a loss to GG, a loss to Direwolves. It has been a very scrappy few weeks here for them. So maybe Playday 11 is going to be the time for them to, you know, bring back their mojo, however you want to call it, bring back their confidence even. Whereas on the side of Fury, look, they here to enjoy their time. They've been having a fun time. Better yet, yesterday was just a chill day for them due to the fact that GG ended up having to forfeit the game.
Yeah. It worked out for them in that situation, but what's going to be working out here are the bans as we try to work out what's going on. Finka being banned first off by Elevate. It's a little bit funny to see that Elevate are banning them out. They love the Finka, but we all know the power of Finka. You got the Gonzix, you got the frag grenades, you got the juice that restores people's HP, and then you have the LMG. So Finka is receiving a nerf. We have gotten a confirmation, I think early last week or earlier this week, from Ubisoft that is coming, but it's coming Year 7 Season 3. So after the Singaporean operator comes out, which is, I think, we're going to be only the second ever Southeast Asian operator. Correct me if I'm wrong. But Thatcher and Wamai, the next two bans from Fury.
Curious. Wamai so far having a 100% ban rate is rather amusing to see that, but in context of Skyscraper, it does make sense. Without him, a whole lot of plethora of things do become quite rather crippling. And with Valkyrie gone, that's a very interesting choice, given that Azami has been kind of the flavor of the day so far to this very matchup, but would certainly be a very prevalent pick straight off the bat, though it is a choice for Mark. Interestingly enough, though, from round number 1, Infinite, we do get to see a Thunderbird as well brought on board. So do we read this as a sign that Elevate just want a little bit more stability in their run in terms of health pool, or do they just want to remove that sort of need to, you know, well, sorry, not remove, but more so allow themselves to get a little bit more aggressive?
Well, aggression would be the name of the game, but the two operators that would give them the opportunity to be most aggressive, Finka on the attack and of course Valkyrie on the defense, and they have been removed. Very interestingly, we're seeing an early pick of Ash from Spacehead. I'm not sure whether he's going to stick with it, given that we don't actually have a Zofia on the board. You would think that they would stick with Zofia, abuse the LMG EUL you still can. So we are seeing a couple of 6 picks, or rather attackery picks, as you now call them. But they are going to be for BG Man and I9. I9 has been doing this Yana to Flores 6-pick repick. Sorry, I keep on saying 6-pick. This repick a lot in Apex South as well, and he's going to continue to do the same here. First point of contact is going to be forced by Fury, I think, in this matchup. Elevate are playing the patient game. They know exactly how to play Elevate. They know exactly how to play Skyscraper. It's one of their best maps.
Yeah, Skyscraper has been an interesting venture, just period, within APAC. Only a choice few teams do really prefer to go on it and are happy to go on it, whereas the rest of the team are just kind of trying to more so avoid it. In a similar fashion how Theme Park is usually being avoided, but I would assume that Theme Park is a whole lot more frustrating to really play around. So, in saying that, I9 very much easily navigating the map itself with the Reterodrone does dispose of a very important actually piece of utility right by the actual site, which does allow a little bit further expansion outside of it, but without that it's a whole lot more of a volatile position.
Oh, trying to make his way in, I9 finally managed to do that. We have half the round basically elapsed at this point. Fury have a decent amount of map control, and they're really basically at this point literally knocking on the door of the bomb site with their sledgehammers. first engagement between Spacehead on the Ash. The shield is going to get dealt with. I think one frag grenade goes in. I think, yeah, there we go. The shield is down. And good use of the drone information that is followed up by good use of utility. More utility going to be dubbed, and that's exactly what you need to do. And this is a showcase of the best teams, and exactly what you're seeing should be done. You see all the utility come in. Oh, BG Man actually swings in before the Ratero drone, and I think that was very clever, distracting him almost with the Ratero drone. Almost certainly an executive decision by BG Man himself, but you know, that's why he's one of the better players in Apex South.
Absolutely so, yeah. An absolute beast of a performer. Spacehead, though, meanwhile, does fall to the hands of Mr. Punch. Lycola is still down without the ability to be picked up. So already for Fury, this has been not particularly the most favorable turnout. But for Elevate, back to the Kona stations, and you're able to get yourself back into the swing of things. Another another Kona barricade. Kiba barricade. I'm losing myself in the source of all of this. Kiba barricade. There we go. Too many Ks out there, and yeah, the barricade falls, but Sapra does manage to fell Lycolis and Hajime as well to fall as well. BG Man barely any HP. I9 fall into a headshot. There's not much really to be said as we expected. Elevate just once again showing their dominance.
Well, obviously that wasn't too great for Fury, but I wouldn't be too worried. Okay, let's look at the stats, right? Apex South, they have a 63 win percentage for the defenders on Karaoke and T, and like almost half the rounds that haven't played in Apex South on Skyscraper have been on Karaoke and T. So obviously a good start for Elevate, not a great start for Fury. But I guess they had a decent idea. It's always very tough to attack this. You have to take so much map control. You have to come in from the other side. You have to come in from the office side. And then you must swarm in. And you get presented with just a lot more chokeholds coming in from the office side. It's a lot easier to defend the west side of the map than it is to defend the east side. Just by virtue of how the sites are constructed. You have the drum area as well, where you saw the Azami coming in and out. The rotation opportunities are endless, which just makes it very hard to pin down these defenders. But now that we're moving on to Kitchen Barbecue, this is a lot more balanced off a bomb site. Only 56% in favor of the defenders, and if Fury can just speed things up a little bit, I think they will be quite okay. Just do what BG Man was doing, just do what, you know, I9 was doing, clearing the utility, everything, getting the picks off of it, and then you will be in with a fight, basically.
Most certainly here, Infinite, most certainly. This has been a very interesting kind of turnout. That first round kind of unraveled in a relatively snappy manner. But first round jitters is maybe the case here for Fury. They are looking to find themselves that fabled opening in their favor. Quite a lot of positions have been, found out rather snappily, but interestingly enough, Mark actually decides to just barricade the door off, not really too keen on, contesting the Dragon as well as the reception. So, but understandably, so that does provide though extra free real estate for Fury to really play around. Wait. that could have been big. That swing could have been big. Actually, he just gets to back out and just say no, sayonara. That's it. I'm out. Hold on.
I mean, he survived that both times, which is impressive. It could have been big for either team. Nothing comes off it, and I don't know, man. Like Cthulhu, this feels a lot faster than it's actually been compared to like that cafe game where we were just talking and suddenly it was like 1 minute left. There is an engagement. I9 and Mark take the first one. Mark again in with the action, but he is down and out of it for now.
He's got rather quickly, rather snappy, very quickly, and jeez, okay. Well, already the gunfight's starting to erupt. This is looking a very, very volatile here. All of a sudden, Onigiri already picking up a kill onto Spacehead as well. That's your Ash gone out of all the players, and I9 gone very clinically removed out of the match. Back to the lobby, and for Fury once again, it's kind of just a little bit of a kerfuffle all over the place. I say that one more player remaining, BG Man, is not in for the fun time.
Well, BG Man has the quality. He is up against his former team, of course. Maybe some history, maybe some grudges over there. You drop me, I'm going to take a 1v3 here and show you. But the thing is, as we saw, who was it on the first floor? Lycoris get cut down, I think it was. The crossfire being held by Elevate was just so beautiful, and look at that. He's dumping utility. He's dumped all of it on this second floor, but Elevate are gone, and with 15 seconds left, they know where the diffuser was. They know they don't need to camp it and potentially risk losing this 1v3. Because what can BG Man really do? There's floor holes. Yeah, he gets 1 kill. 4 seconds left, he can't do anything. And this round is going to go in favor of Elevate again. That is truly a very, very impressive round.
Very nice, yeah. So far, so good. A clinical performance from Elevate as they're seemingly looking like the mojo has certainly came back to them. But again, you know, the talk of the map pick so far playing a rather cruel joke on one of the teams could be partially, you know, the talking point. But do we expect any sort of fight back? This is the main kind of question for myself, because so many opportunities been presented to Fury to, you know, get the dubs, get the pushes, get the plays, and unfortunately by the end of it all, nothing tangible really, you know, came off it. So gotta start, you know, wondering as to at which point is it all starting to fall apart for Fury, whether it's just not being able to find those entry frags, those entry moments, or is it something completely different, or maybe it's just them getting into their own heads. One couldn't really, you know, call for with absolute certainty, I feel, but with that also said, we're only just getting into round number 3, so possibly just Fury adapting maybe to the play.
Yeah, it could be. Maybe they need a couple of rounds to just kind of grow into it. The thing is, against a team like Elevate, you know, you give up those couple of rounds, and even if you like match them after that, you are still on the losing end of the whole situation. It's a tough thing to do, tough thing to deal with against such an experienced team like Elevate, and just, I guess, they're still a stronger team. Let's not forget. Elevate looking to make it another major for them. They qualified for Charlotte. They couldn't quite go there. They're looking to qualify for Berlin. And this might just be another team that they fell in their, you know, their lead up, just taking those strides, stretching their legs, and peaking at the right moment, as every team needs to do in every single league around the world. Fury don't have an answer just yet to Elevate's defense. DCH might be getting very punchy over here.
Certainly. Again, the Cuba Barricades coming in big to showcase why they're so impactful in the play, but the Twitch drone is also there on the pre-fires, nearly connecting with the Thunderbird, which would have been a big play to really get rid of, but unfortunately not yet the case. So far, yeah, Fury almost feeling hesitant about their entry into the building, which understandably so. Skyscraper unfortunately does not provide a whole lot of opportunities for a safer entry, bar from you just try to make an entry from the opposite side of the map, but that is almost counterintuitive.
3 versus 5, and once again, that's 2 versus 5 in favor of Elevate. I wish I could say it was the other way. I wish I could say that we're having a close matchup, but so far, it looks like defense is reigning supreme. It looks like Elevate are reigning supreme. Einan actually just walks through the Kiba Barricade covered breach. So he is in. He might get one pick right now, but he's face checking everything. He barely has any information. Mr. Punch has the information instead. And yeah, like once it became a 2v5, like I know there was a time, you know, particularly in 2021 where we talked about Elevate being chokers, they're dodging lands and everything, they give up man advantages. I think Cthulhu, that Elevate is long dead. Once you get in a 2v5 against Elevate currently, you can basically forget winning that round.
Yeah, especially in the way how Elevate were really holding themselves onto the site and their positions, it was definitely feeling like a very, very different kind of turnout. So with 3-0, this is already looking rather promising, but in the same sort of way, can't really forget the fact that for, I believe, last weekend, we had a number of games that started off with a trade of 3-round streaks before the two teams.
That's true.
So possibilities that Fury would be able to, bring this back, or at least start, some sort of their own momentum. It's certainly on the table there, Infian, I reckon.
Absolutely. I mean, we've seen this in Apex South as well, funnily enough, where we have like 3 rounds and 3 rounds just going back and forth. Very odd situation. I don't understand exactly why it swings so far both ways. It just feels like the teams are figuring each other out, and they are slow. One team has the other figured out really well, and then the other takes a couple of rounds to do it. But it does give us a very exciting matchup, like that, to be sure. And that's exactly what we want to see from this series still. It's not over.
Oh yeah, far from
we
it.
might be getting, we might be getting a close one. Skyscraper is a defensive-sided map, so Elevate just kind of stretching the legs isn't all too surprising so far.
Certainly. Well, curious part here is how will Elevate be able to really handle this sort of push? Already Onigiri back on his, fabled MK14 EBR, looking to make a world of pain for anyone who tries to cross him on his sideline. And for Fury, a slight change has been introduced. I mean, the addition of Osa to the roster, the addition of Nook, could be a very healthy decision. But what a play! How is DTH even was allowed to just literally just run out to the shield, punch it, and then bail out? What? Hello? Elevate? Can I get some extra sauce like this?
Shocking.
Oh my lord. DCH, what are you doing, my man? He already claimed a double already, and a double follows Spacehead doing some work here. Finally, we're seeing some revival out of Fury, but I mean, it's still a 3v3,
Nope.
There's still problems. Yeah, Hajime, you can't floor bang through that.
Yeah, exactly, man. Come on. Well, at least his 3 vs 3 Spacehead's kind of woken up so far. He's very low on HP though, and I think, I talked about this already. I thought of this earlier on. VG Man answers back. Hajime is felled, but Fury are definitely hurting without the Finka. They can't bring themselves up back to full health, and Elevate have played, I think, their band to pretty much perfection. Constantly, Fury are taking pot shots. They're losing HP. And I noticed that I think in round 2 or round 3 as well, where Fury just really wanted HP and they just couldn't get it. The defenders, on the other hand, had the HP with Thunderbirds.
Yeah, Mr. Punch, meanwhile, has the opportunity of a lifetime to really play this. No Mark decides to actually get onto his drone instead. Does have the moment of peace to go with BG Man actually downed. Now it's all down to Spacehead, who is completely far away from his teammate to be able to even pick him up, so has to make a play here. 1v2, 1v0. It is all wrapped up just like this, with a bow tie on top of it all. Infian. This is a clinical turnout so far, and I mean a 4-0 advantage. Well, that breaks the curse at the very least, and now puts, not Fury, Elevate at a very favorable position to win it all out.
Yeah, I mean, Elevate look like they're running away with this. Fury are, like, trying. But of course, they're not playing... Okay, that's not meant as a jab. Like, I know it sounds like a jab, but... Fury are not playing with their number 1 roster that we have seen be very strong in Apex South, for example, with Dark. I love Spacehead. I think he was at one point one of the best players in all of APAC. He's not that player anymore, I think, for whatever reason. I think I vaguely remember it might have been like education and he's focusing on that a little bit more nowadays. Not his fault, but like he needs to come up and step up in this specific matchup. to just frag out. Hajime also needs to do that. We talked about in the pre-game how Hajime, just his KD was so high. He's taking a 0-4 hit right now in this matchup so far. I know it's on the attack, I know it's not the favored side, but just like at least go down fighting a little bit harder. Elevate are just holding positions a lot better and then not getting dislodged out of them.
I mean,
Even
can't
with
really
Onigiri quiet.
can't really full-on blame Fury after the fact that DCH was able to pull some of the most disgustingly close angles that were almost impossible to really contest. So can't really full-on blame Fury in this case, but certainly feels like maybe picking Skyscraper over Theme Park was a little bit of a misplay there, or maybe they ended up just being forced into picking the lesser evil. Who knows at the end of the day, but potential is, yeah, absolutely there. For Elevate, though, yeah, look, they happy. They happy so far. Even for Onigiri, yeah, you look at his scoreline, it doesn't really even matter. 1-3. The rest of the team is, as long as the rest of the team is performing, that's all that really matters, really, here for him.
Well, 1 minute burned over here. Fury, not much to show for it. Still reinforcements on the side of Elevate. This round, they don't have the Thunderbird, so like Mark can't bring himself back up to full health. Let's see whether that kind of bites them, because now they're in like a similar situation to Fury. It's beautiful. I9 shoots one down and actually nades Mark as well. Finally, we see Fury take the opening advantage, and it's a 2-man advantage, no less. I9 is in a beautiful spot right now, just doesn't need to overextend. He's got a frag grenade in his pocket. Is he going to bounce it off? Oh, it's a C4 from below. How did he see that coming?
Solid communication, it seems, is the solution to all of that. Hajime, unfortunately, not really feeling himself. Neither is Spacehead, as he's been promoted back to the spectator screen. All of a sudden, it's all down to Lycolis and BG Man, and oh man, a bit of a shocking turnout here. I have to admit here. Infian, we were hyping it all up, saying, yeah, that's the main matchup. This is the big one. And well, so far, we're just about to be on the cusp of a 5-0 scoreline between the two teams that are contesting for those top 3 positions. And for Elevate to do it in such style, well, Fury certainly are getting punished and pushed to that 4th place. But even then, with that kind of result, with that kind of scoreline, this increases the gap between the 4th and the 5th place by such a huge margin.
Oh, I don't know how that 5v3 became a 2v3, but I guess it's Elevate doing Elevate things. Lycolis is going to walk in, though he's going to fight DCH first of all. He can isolate this. No, he can't. Instead, it's DCH who almost isolates him. And Lycolis is brought back down to 0 HP now. Onigiri takes him out. And Sapper is going to try and clean it up. And easy as it can be, BG Man was already low. And Elevate, without the Thunderbird as well, make it happen. Just absolutely cleaning up Fury over here, and we at this point just have to hope that it's just defender-sidedness of Skyscraper coming to fore and not that Fury are not on the same level, because it could be both things, it could be one of the two things. I'm going to be praying that it's just that Skyscraper is very defender-sided right now in this matchup.
Yeah. Definitely feels like Fury are feeling a little bit awkward on their approach into the attacking side of Skyscraper. One would hope that at least going into the defense they will be able to find something to return, but to do that and to still be able to retain some form of their own sanity, having at least a point would be very much beneficial for that said play. So look, I'm gonna be honest here, Infian. Things are certainly not looking particularly as favorable as one would have wanted, but maybe if they make it 5-1, we could see a reverse sweep. Elevate did fumble the bag like this before, so wouldn't be surprised if this could be kind of the same repetition almost of the outcome.
I mean, we have, yeah, you're right. We have seen them concede, I think, a 5-1 lead against teams in the Apex South as well. I did say, historically, they have been that kind of team to choke those leads away. But look, Onigiri hasn't even achieve its final form and they're winning 5-0. Alright, let me just leave it at that. Even if Hajime wakes up, even if Spacehead starts fragging, even if Lycolis kind of pushes up from that 1 to 5, even though he's a Thermite main, so many things that Elevate can just step up. Sapper, oh my god, I didn't even realize he's 10-1 so far. He's just nigh unkillable. And I don't know, man. When someone's performing this well on the opposite team, and everyone on that team is basically funneling the kills into him as well. They're letting him do his thing, which is what Elevate is doing right now. Then how do you fight that other than just throw resources at that one player?
Yeah, it's definitely a difficult kind of path to try to find any sort of resolve, any sort of play to be able to find kind of the right footing with already quite a fair bit of breaching to be done. Well, Mr. Punch is the one that will be punching at Lycolis yet again. And you look for Elevate, they just enjoying their time here, I feel. Whereas on the side of Fury, they struggle down through and through in terms of finding their own kind of footing here, in terms of finding their own play style. With Mr. Punch getting the better of BG Man as well, this is looking rather scary. I9 and Spacehead are all that is left of Fury to try to push this to 5-1 scoreline. Otherwise, we're staring down a very grim 6-0 flawless half that will be in fact achieved by Elevate. And Infinite, I was expecting this sort of scoreline if, say, Elevate are playing against somebody like, I don't know, North or against Astray. The funny thing is
we were speaking of that 7-0, 6-0 earlier in that Chalet game with Astray and Obsession, but we have seen the 6-0 in Fury versus I look so stupid. I look like an idiot right now, right? I said like, oh, this is gonna be close. It's gonna be 15 rounds. Those were the appetizers.
To be fair, we all expected that.
6-0, Elevate. Okay, at this point, like, yeah, it's definitely a little bit defend decided, but Fury are not on the same level right now.
Yeah,
gotta get at least 1 or 2.
I did mention that. Well, sorry, I just said it was expected. We couldn't expect it. Nobody could. I don't think even at this point Fury could have expected this sort of turnout. But look, yeah, I mean the only time when a 7-0 was actually achieved by Elevate, funnily enough, it was against Obsession. So take it as how you want it, but look, Operation League itself has been a very wild ride. I'll just admit to that and call it here for myself. I'll just be praying for the fact that I think I've predicted Elevate here, so at least this should, iron out my predictions a little bit better. No, there was a split. There was a split decision. There was 3-3 decisions on Fury. I remember that. So take it as how you want it. But now this puts the GG match versus North into a little bit of a bitter perspective, I reckon, as well. Yeah.
I mean, what can I say, right? Like, other than I understand I'm predictions leader for a reason. That's all. And I'm going to leave it at that. I 75%. When I make a prediction, there's only a 1 in 4 chance that I'm wrong. And so far, I think that 1 in 4 might have to be left to the final game, because so far this is looking I'm going to get the first 3 games right. Sapper, 12-1. Jesus, he still hasn't died other than 1 round where it was a little bit close towards the end. Elevate just... What are they waiting for? They can't find the jab, it seems. Yeah, it's on the right side, and they're gonna blow it. Oh, there we go. That's exactly what they needed to do. Mr. Punch overextends, and I was just thinking to myself, this is a little bit too dangerous. And finally, the punishment comes out from BG Man. And look, instead of bringing Thunderblood, they're bringing a Doc. Odd, but I guess that's one way to regain your HP because you keep on losing it.
Certainly so, and well, gotta get it rolling in one shape or the other. Interesting to see that, we get to see so much of domination on the defense from Elevate. They go on to the offense. First thing that happens, Mr. Punch is lost in the sauce there. So maybe you were correct in saying that Skyscraper, more so than the other maps, feels a whole lot more defender-sided. Maybe it's just purely for the fact that teams are yet to fully and completely figure it out and try and kind of find that sort of, I guess, the zen of this map. In the same terms, already yet another set of gunfights do erupt, and Fury are certainly looking to bounce back from this one, as that swing from Sapper was rather ballsy.
5 versus 3, Fury in the driver's seat again, but we've seen them lose 5 versus 3 in this very matchup. So far, it's going to be 5 versus 2, though. I9 capitalizes upon Mark's mistake, and Spacehead piles in, and there we go. That is finally what we came to see. We came to see a fight, and it's looking like we'll have a fight, at least in this one round. Might be a flawless for Fury to start their potential comeback. Yes, it is. Jimmy cleans it up. And no matter which way you slice it, no matter what you think about their operator selection of a Doc over a Thunderbird, Fury won that round in flawless fashion. And maybe this is where they make the comeback.
I mean, that would be quite a gargantuan effort, given that we're already at the match point. So for Fury to make that happen, it wouldn't pretty much need to mean that they don't drop a singular map. Or rather, not map, match, round, however you want to call it. My brain is cooked already, as it is 2:44 a.m. We out here in the late night gamers gang. Albeit, all memes aside, though. In fact, this has been, or that 7th round has been a bit of an odd one, because Elevate, maybe they were gauging their opponents on their own defense, maybe slowly judging, or is it more so, can it be attributed to the fact that maybe Fury just, decided to, look, let's try something completely different?
So Elliot was sloppy there for sure. So, I mean, assuming that sloppiness was like them just letting loose a little bit, because obviously you will be tempted to let loose when you're 6-0 up, right? Like, I think it's human nature, especially it's not like your primary league, it's not Apex South, where you're really gunning for that 7-0. He'll be like, okay, let's let loose. That Mr. Punch loss, that is extremely foolhardy from him. Like, he didn't need to stand in front of that thermite barrier, thermite barricade, thermite breach charge, sorry. He could have just been off to he could have been off to the side, right? Like, the Maverick got away, so they could have successfully gotten the breach open without too much difficulty, without losing members. But they lost a member. Let's chalk it up to like a first round switch. They're not in the correct mentality. They're not, taking it too seriously. But they should be taking it seriously now, and look at that. Look at the patience from Elevate right now. Onigiri, of course, is bringing the 417 on the Twitch, and he's holding the long angle. I don't know whether he's expecting a jump out, but he is definitely, I think, expecting Sapper to come in and pinch that, I think, Jaeger at the bottom of the stairs.
So, oh boy, Sapper on that fabled R4C with the Russian reflex, looking to absolutely fiend it. I mean, the man is currently sitting on 12-2 for all the right reasons. He's been an absolute menace when it came down to just making those entry plays off the back of Mr. Punch's utility of Ayana. This is looking to be a relatively interesting entry in through the kitchen. Utility been shut down. Now, knowing about the presence in the supply room, but does he know about the presence just outside the bar as well? Mr. Punch is the one to be the bait, possibly here, going into the general swing of things, and pre-fires coming around do show a whole lot closer.
He's gotta know.
Surely he knows. Surely there's a swing.
Yeah,
that's a disgusting angle.
There we go. Oh.
Jesus, that is
lots
scrappy.
of gunfights all over the place right now. People are swinging in. People taking wide swings, and Sapper takes the worst moment to reload. And Mr. Punch gets swung upon. He thought he was being covered by Sapper, but unfortunately Sapper covers himself, gets out of the way. But Elevate are now in dire straits. It is just a minute, less than that remaining 5v4. They don't have map control. Onigiri is still repelling. Sapler has been forced back out. Mark, I think, is still outside. Yeah, there we go. Just nothing's doing for Elevate at this point, and I would be confident to write this off for Fury. Unless Mark and Sapper do that.
Yeah, Mark and Sapper could very much certainly do that. 4 frags away from Elevate, making this a 7-1 scoreline, which would be a rather upsetting turnout. But interesting position. Sapper playing around those Osa shields. The shield is yet to be broken. C4 does not actually shatter the glass either, so this is big. Mark could even go off the back of that with a push. Another one comes around, and Mark actually falls. GCH falls as well, down to the hands of Hajime, and all of a sudden the time we haven't, even us as casters, we didn't even get to see this amidst all this chaos. Fury, 2nd round in a row. Oh my lord. It's been all over the place. What's happening with Elevate? Oh, man. It's been certainly a peculiar turnout, but for Fury, they seem to be getting back into the general swing of things, and with the way how they have been just playing, the way how they've been holding their angles, they're not really overextending a whole lot. They kept it very nicely and very well tightly knit on their holds, fully acknowledging that, Elevate do thrive off those mistakes, of that extra over-aggression. So Fury dialing it down seems to be like a bit of a much more logical idea, wouldn't it be, Infian?
Yeah. So, that's exactly what we're talking about in, the first 2 games, right? Particularly that first game, how Champion couldn't dial it back when they needed to. Fury, even though they took that 6-0 clobbering on the attack, they still didn't lose their shape on the defense. They switched off, they switched on, and they're like, okay, it's like a fresh half, attack is attack, defense is separate. And I feel like I'm tempting fate here, but we might see a 6-0 comeback, because the same issues that Fury were facing, in that when they try to make inroads, they just rebuffed by the multitude of angles that Skyscraper provides. Now, the reason Skyscraper is so powerful for the defenders is look at how many 90-degree angles there are, how many long angles there are, how many open angles you can form on top of the existing angles, and how you can just funnel the attackers into very specific walkways that you want them to go. Because going anywhere else is a death sentence. Add the Kiba barriers to the mix with castle barricades. Oh baby, you've got a stew going, and attackers are the main ingredient.
I wonder at which point do we get to see the Holy Trinity, the castle barricades, the Kiba barriers, and the Aruni Surya gates as well. That will be the ultimate punishment. Meanwhile, though, amidst all of this chaos, Onigiri already taken quite a fair bit of damage. I was about to say maybe courtesy of Capcan, but no, Capcan is actually present here, so more so just to the gunfight / explosives. As Elevate starting their kind of crusade yet again, reaching that sort of point where could it be that they are falling into the sort of general idea of, guys, only 1 round remaining, we have to make it work. And you know how destructive to the mental this sort of mentality could be. So possibility certainly there. Well, speaking of the possibilities, BG Man does take 1 and gets rid of Onigiri.
So Onigiri hasn't had a good game. I know you talked him up a little bit, not too much, but just a little bit in the pre-game, but he's not been present. Instead, Sapper's been shouldering the burden of fragging for Elevate. Now, that was working when they were on the defense, but he's been taken out for the 2nd time on the attack. And right now, it's looking like Fury are absolutely going to make this a 6-6 if things keep on going the way that they are. They're going to complete a full site rotation if they win this round. They have 1 minute left to hang on, and they can do more than that, I think. They can thrive, unless BG Man overpeaks.
Absolutely. So, already with the play coming around, Elevate once again missing out on a number of opportunities in hoping of finding their own frags here, but it's all been rather a frantic venture, really. Elevate trying to leverage just some sort of a push, but as I say that, Mr. Punch forced to play a very, very dangerous angle. All of a sudden, it's all down to Mark. 15 seconds remaining once again. Time is of the essence. 1v3, but so many angles left unchecked, so many opportunities left unchecked, and Elevate just choking out yet again.
I think you can't even blame Elevate at this point because we know they are a great team, at least in the context of Apex South. We know that Fury are now a great team again in the context of Apex South level as well. And the fact that we saw Fury concede 6 in very similar fashion, and now Elevate are looking to concede 6. They've already conceded half of that. It's seemingly just Skyscraper not playing to the strengths of both these teams' attacks. It's just kind of an Achilles heel for them. Elevate usually are quite successful on the attack against other teams. They were pretty good against like IG, for example, in Apex South. They were pretty good against I think was it Knights? Did they play here? I think they did in stage 1 as well. Very thrilling game, of course. Elevate are good. They can do it, but I believe in the IG game, they also conceded a 5-1 lead. Not because they were over-peaking, not because they were being sloppy. It's just, I think, Skyscraper, while one of their better maps, when they're faced with similar opposition, a disciplined opposition, it just becomes very hard for them to make their playstyle work. I don't know, Cthulhu.
Yeah, it's a bit of a odd kind of momentum, odd kind of position that we do find ourselves here, yeah. And it certainly feels like it's just, maybe it's the mental department that is certainly feeling a little bit wonky, but who knows. For now, another E1D does ring out. Elevate starting to reach for some of the more crutch plays, you could call them. I mean, the Lion, the Monty. Certainly a few ideas of, hey, certainly things are not really working out.
Let's finish it, you know?
Yeah,
let's do it.
One way or the other.
Yeah. Onigiri is a pretty decent Monty, and like when he's not fragging, I think it is a perfectly prominent decision to put him on the Monty. Like, okay, he's not fragging anyway. We know he can play Monty decently, and we kind of need that crutch, as you said. So let's lean into it and let's try and make something work. They're going on to Master and Office, which I think is one of the weaker bomb sites over here on Skyscraper. Office Exhibition, sorry. Yep, and I was right. 42% defensive win rate in Apex South. So if there ever was a site to really throw all your Hail Marys at, I think this would be the one.
Absolutely. So already another E1D does ring out. Only one more remaining for Mr. Punches. At the moment, Elevator kind of just struggling to breathe. Even C4 in only just to damage Onigiri for a brief moment as the Cuba Barrier does come around to try to isolate, but no, Hajime actually plays a perfect game, whilst Mark as well finds the elimination on Hajime. Two big players now out of the equation. BG Man and 99, though, still alive. This could be the turnaround point, but I say that the final EE1D is all done and dusted, and to use all of Lion's utility just to push out two players out of offside positions feels a little bit weird. Or not weird, rather. Overcompensation.
Yeah.
There we go.
Like, normally you and I would say, like, okay, they've used all the E1Ds and they sacrificed their Monty, but they've gotten 2 big kills. Make that 3 now, actually, at this point. But being that this is Skyscraper, there's always the element of concern, like, shoot, are we going to see just the defenders just choke us out because of the sightlines they have, the angles holding? Oh, that's not a good rotate, and BG Man nearly gets sacked, but he does eventually. Cleans him up. Can he get a second? No, Mark trades him out, and I think we are looking at Elevate closing this out. 6-0 is very hard to come back from, and this is exactly why. Because once you make an error, once you slip up, even in one round, you basically have no breathing room whatsoever. Like, Colas has 10 seconds, he has 100 HP, but the plan is going down. ECH cleans it up, and it's GG. Elevate teased us for the comeback, but it's 7-3 still. These have been fast games.
Oh man, but comparative to all the previous matches we've seen, Infian, at least there was, fight back on both sides, on both halves. This one was through and through at the conclusion of the first half, Elevate's game to win out. But unfortunately for them, well, fortunately maybe for Fury at least, it wasn't at least a flawless run. So, look, my condolences to Fury, because they unfortunately only woke up when the damage was already dealt. Whereas for Elevate, look, they back into the swing of things. I believe that does claim them let me just quickly do the math in head. So that actually puts them at a contention against Gaming Gladiators right now for the second place, given that Direwolves just recently yoinked away the first place, momentarily, one could even say. So going into matchup number 4, GG, well, they have the Northern Forces, so arguably a team that has been having a bit of a, rougher run through this run. But speaking of a rough run, Infian, a 6-round lead initially by Elevate pretty much tells the whole story for the most of it, of just how much pressure has been put on Fury.
Yeah, look, it was a bit too tough for them to come back from, and I think Elevate played it, I think, really to perfection. I don't know whether it was like a call from Onigiri or someone else, but they picked the weakest defender bomb site and they threw all the crutch operators there into the mix. And Fury, to their credit, honestly looked like they were gonna fight it off at one point. They were bringing it back 3 rounds in a row, but as I said, 6-0, you can't make up a mistake, and if you get thrown off your game just one round for one moment, as Elevate did with their crutch operators, there you have it. You just lose the match. Yeah.
Well, one team loses a match. Our viewers could win something instead, though. 600 R6 credits if you put #FightForGlory, all in uppercase letters, all in one word, will grant you a chance to win the said credits plus the nice R6 OLC SEA pin as well. So plenty of opportunities there to score, given that I believe we do 2 giveaways per the match end. So 4 more total, I believe, just about to be picked as well. So look, get in on the hype as well, get in on the giveaway train as well, and get keen, because we have still one more matchup, Infian, before we kind of throw it off to the break. GG versus North. Initial thoughts before we throw it.
Well, initial thoughts for that one is that, look, GG, of course, they're going to be playing with Ape, and I think they couldn't play with Ape the previous play day because I think there was a little bit of a conflicting scheduling issue. Yeah, so Fury obviously got their forfeit win. GG should have been P1 aside from that. So they're going to be kind of itching to go, and we have seen this GG roster, this exact roster is going to be playing tonight, last stage. A lot to expect, and Northern Forces, they're going to try their best. They are second best of the rest, just a little bit behind Champion. Hopefully it's going to be a good game. Fingers crossed. Everything's been really quick so far. We might see the pattern hold, we might not, but yeah, we're going to go to a break and we'll be right back in just a bit.
Try to sleep, but you're deep in my mind. Got a hold of me. When I'm awake, I'm all blind. You and your magic, like infinite power. God knows I tried to resist, but you're pulling me closer. Oh, I gotta stay away, but you won't let me. No one makes me feel like you do, and no one sets my body on fire, and no one gives me shivers like you. Oh, no one does it better.
been on the road, I've been doing shows. Now we eating steak, remember sleeping on the floor. We stealing at the gas station when the time was cold. In the kitchen, hot still trying to flip it out the stove. Rocking fake J's, praying that nobody know. Watch them take my dog away, it was way too hard to stay composed. Fight to see the light of day, all this blood on my clothes. I was tired every day, green light, it's time to go. I don't wanna live life fast or die too young. Die too young. 100 miles per hour, I might crash, cause the good die young. Yeah, the good die young. Push it to the limit, I can't go no more. Red light, no way, I'm coming back home. Long dirt road, all on my own. I'ma be the greatest, write my name in the stone. Write my name in the stone. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Write my name in the stone. Cause I'm coming back home. Cause I'm coming back home. Right back where I left because I know my people needed me. Diamond in the rough, I don't know what it is they see in me. Go down as a legend in my city cause we beat the streets. Trying to spread the wealth around the block, no I can't keep from me. Told me I should leave. I see the bigger picture and it's way bigger than me. Can't be living like a king, but my people need to eat. If I got it, then you got it, we gon' get back on our feet. And I put it on me. I don't wanna live life fast or die too young. Or die too young. 100 miles per hour, I might crash cause good die young. Yeah, but here I come. Push it to the limit, I can't go no more. Red light, no way, I'm coming back home. Long dirt road, all on my own. I'ma be the greatest, write my name in the stone. Write my name in the stone. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Write my name in the stone.
Fighting hostiles is like solving a puzzle. All the pieces are a total mess. Then you solve it as if you always knew the answer.
There are civilians out there who need us. They can't fight back. They can't escape. And they can't heal their own wounds. That's our job. And we're the best at it. By being careful and compassionate, we can make the world a safer place for everyone. We do this to be of service. And we can't afford to be complacent. When we go out there, we work twice as hard to protect others. Whatever we have to do, we put the people first.
Get them out of here!
That will be our focus. With unwavering diligence, we defend. And we get to say that when Wolfguard is on the field, things will be different.
Take 手加減はしねえ。死にてえやつだけかかってこい。
Get your squad back together in Rainbow Six Siege to earn free operators and an exotic weapon skin with the Squad Up reactivation program. If you've played Siege in Year 7, find up to 4 teammates who haven't. Play 5 matches of any PvP mode with them to earn your rewards. Your teammates will earn a free operator as well. Then they can bring back 4 more players to earn even more rewards.
Left to work with here. Safri's got all the information he needs. Oh!
And he uses it.
Wow. Wow.
And he uses it. Amazing. Does see that his teammates are picking up kills all over. Well, deaths, really. And wow, okay. Chill, Hajime. Dang.
Decent play. Rick's getting rid of what Melon now opens up, tears open the possibilities, and Celotic tries to push him through the fire and flames. Speaking of the problems, one tap to boot. Hoven clean with it. On the other hand, though, on the defense, Toji bringing in the Bandit. So getting back to the vanilla roots, I guess you could call this a disgusting angle yet again. Yeah, Ricochet, so is Hoven about their presence up above. The Valkyrie has reveals the position, nails the shot. How does he do that?
Back pocket, no C4, but power it takes on Hoven. Ape another kill! A gasoline tank, because he's burning the whole building down. This guy is on a absolute trailblaze right now, and he's going as what? Again! A quadra kill gets put down by Firelord, who gets a double for himself.
And bring this one back like Collis. 1v4. Migs in a 1v3 is going to be that anchor position that the Northern Forces want to hold on to in the power struggle. But like Collis, he gets another kill on a bin. 1v2. He knows someone has to be out on that landing. It's going to be Yiga. He peeks it. He gets a kill on a Classy. Down to the 1v1. Doesn't know where he is exactly. Has to stick the defuse.
Even if I'm starting to lose face, keep my head out, still going on my way. Call my own shots until I'm breaking. Get a move on until I make it. But I can't hold back, and having regrets, hitting all the stacks, and that is why we're here. We're one gonna last. Tell me, what are you waiting? Take it over, and this is my year.
What is my name? Why? Just suffer? Nah, no, there has been no suffering here, actually. It's been very fast games. 7-2, 7-3, 7-3. I guess there's been suffering for, Champ, Astrape, and for Fury. Yeah, I mean, they did not have good time today. And we might see a similarly one-sided matchup, because obviously Gladiators are an Apex South team, Northern Forces aren't. But at the same time, Gladiators aren't playing with the roster that they practice with. They are playing with a sub-in, which is Hoven, I think, at this point, if I'm not wrong, or is it Edinapa? Not too sure. Which is Hermosa? I'm so confused. They changed the names a little bit, but Hermosa is the sub. Right. So they're playing with a roster that I guess they're not super comfortable with, and that gives Northern Forces a really good chance to come in and drive a wedge into the GG form, really.
Absolutely. So yeah, look, Northern Forces certainly have quite the challenge cut out for them, let's call it that. But at the same time, I mean, you look at the Playday number 10, Northern Forces took a 7-5 victory over Obsession, although it was in Oregon, and so certainly it was a much more of a, familiar ground. But overall, yeah, for Northern Forces, it's been a bit of a so-so kind of turnout, really. So going against the top played team, Gaming Gladiators, who have been on quite a roll as of recently, bar the unfortunate forfeit, we are looking at a bit of a David and Goliath kind of matchup, like you alluded to before. Now, once again, for those who are just tuning in, make sure to spam the hashtag Fight for Glory as well in the chat, whilst also following the channel as well, to be able to give yourself some R6 credits. But Gaming Gladiators versus Northern Forces. One team, a star-studded roster, the other, the challengers coming into this season, I guess. I believe this is the first time ever we do get to see kind of an Operation League where it's all combined together, bar, the SEA champions, like you talked about at the beginning of the stream. So it's good to see that we get, the whole of Southeast Asia. We get, the juiciest of the juiciest players and performers to come around. And the one thing that is actually worth mentioning, that up until today, we do have, the stat of the most amount of MVP wins. Out of all of the playdays so far, it's actually Ape and Hovenhurst that have been taking the most representatives of the Operation League teams, whereas it's Sapper and Souffle that are actually on the top of the leaderboard for each. So for Gaming Gladiators, look, we've already even seen on the highlight reel, Ape has been going absolutely bonkers on some of the plays, on some of the swings, and it has been showing. He is at least one of the highlight players, him and Hoven, just understandably so. They've been absolutely cracking their competition.
Ape is absolutely crazy, and I think he was leading the Apex South ratings for a little bit. But the other two players that you mentioned also are in the top 5 alongside him. So Souffle is number 1, Sapper is number 3, Ape is number 4. So Ape is 100% a man to be feared. But honestly, look at the stats just now. Well, Hovenhurst, 102.63 on that KD. He is also a man to be feared, especially in the Operation League. He seems to be using it as a stomping ground. But Northern Forces, of course, you're going to recognize some of these names. It's Playday 10, and even if you're tuning into the Operation League for the first time, you'll recognize Shren, you'll recognize Ray C, you'll recognize Yiga. These guys have been around the scene for a couple of months, years even at this point. There are no pushovers, and there's a reason they have 14 points so far. Maybe they don't put up numbers like Hoven or Ape do, not all of them at least, but they can certainly give a damn good fight like they've given to Direwolves and, to Elevate as well. The last time these two teams played, though, it was 7-3 in favor of Gaming Gladiators.
Yeah, so Gaming Gladiators already have quite a dominating, storyline behind this very matchup. But of course, we've seen a number of rather interesting turnarounds. I mean, the champion versus Direwolves. Last time we've seen them, it was actually champion that took away the win from Direwolves in the overtime.
Yeah.
This time it was a complete shutdown by Direwolves. Same could be said as straight. Well, not as straight versus Obsession. That one was relatively expected. Fury versus Elevate, though, that was a shocker of a turnout. Now, GG versus North. Look, I mean, Northern Forces have been putting the effort into trying their best, into pushing themselves to become the better ones. And now, at least, we do get a different map compared to what we've seen back in the old days. GG versus North. Back then, it was played out on Chalet. Funnily enough, the defense half and the offense half have all been very clinical there from GG. Now, going into Border, a map that is much less played.
Border. Now, I did mention earlier on that Border is often a little bit maybe unkindly if it's one of your favorite maps, but it's been referred to even after the changes as the map where good teams go to die. And it's interesting that Gaming Gladiators have actually picked Border instead of, Oregon. They had the choice instead of going to like a more familiar, more technical map. They've gone for one that is a little bit more free-flowing, a little bit more frenetic. The last time these two teams played, it was in Chalet. Border is going to provide a very different sort of play style. But I think the logic behind Gaming Gladiators picking Border over here would be just like, look, we are not at like full chemistry with Hermosa back in this squad right now. What it means is we aren't going to play that much on strats. What we're going to do is rely on our gun skill, and we're just going to take our chances. So we are, in fact, not the good team in this quote-unquote good teams go to die. Northern Forces are going to be that quote-unquote good team. We are the underdogs. And I think that's a decent position to take when you are like in like the Berlin fight, and you obviously also want to ensure your Operation League playoff spot.
Yeah. Absolutely. So I'm definitely, excited to see how will Gaming Gladiators, play out their position here, given that they just, at least, one could say temporarily, have been dethroned from that first place, courtesy of Elevate and Dire Wolves. But as it stands, well, ban phase is already straight away upon us, very quickly, very snappily, not wasting any sort of time. Do we get to see the four round in a row with one my bans here? What do you reckon?
I think for sure we're going to see the same thing. We should. Ace being banned, of course, it's like a little bit unique in that sense that, like how we saw Ying being banned in the first game. But look, we're coming back immediately to the norm. Thatcher is the next one banned. Although on Border, I guess you don't really have that much of a need for Thatcher. But the fact that I guess Gaming Gladiators are opting to ban it, maybe the thing that Northern Forces will be a little bit crippled. Valkyrie, great ban. I think we saw Valkyrie on 2 of the maps, right? Didn't we just now? We saw it on Cafe, and then after that we saw it on Skyscraper as well, if I'm not wrong. And just so much information. And I think Gaming Gladiators are playing this right. This is a team who is not as experienced as they are. Starve them of information and just make sure they don't feel comfortable with like Thatcher, and then you just will be able to swarm them and win your gunfights more easily.
Indeed. Well, let's see if that theory is going to get put to the test here. Between Northern Forces and Gaming Gladiators, it's GG who gets to start on the attack. But on Border, it's a bit of a... feels like almost a 50-50, kind of almost a coin toss, Infian, with the way how usually the attack and the defense goes on. But the way how North are bringing, well, rather the operators that they are looking to bring, I'm actually quite curious about those, because, I mean, the Kapkan, the Thorn, plus the Thunderbird, does it mean that we're looking at Northern Forces leaning a little bit more into that sort of passiveness and some extra passive damage, maybe?
Eventually, I think they might be trying to like just play time and make sure that they survive. They make their HP up, whereas like the attackers can't really do that. I think that is like a very nice strategy. We've seen it used to great success by so many teams over the years. But look, Finka is unbanned. It's not.
Yeah.
So yeah, like, the attackers will be able to get the HP back. Who are struggling with it. You'll see though. Both the I guess HP lineups are balanced in a way.
Yeah, I mean, me and Panda as well. We've been talking before about the damage permanence as well.
Yes.
With when either Thunderbird or Finka are banned out or absent from the playfield, it definitely does make things a little bit more dicey when you need to get into a whole lot more kind of in the face of their opponents, really. And with both of those operators present on the field, this could certainly be a very much of a prolonged fight. This very much will be rewarding sort of the precision and the headshots or the frag grenades, as a matter of fact. This Hoven demonstrated that to us, but with Juan out of the equation, that's a very impactful position. Matter of fact, with Clazy gone, that's the whole 90 gone as well.
Yep. Well, I guess GG are starting off the plan exactly as executing the plan exactly as it was planned. They've gotten 2 kills. They've gotten a significant amount of map control. AP is trying to force his way in. He's gonna pause and wait for some support. There are Thorn gadgets over, but AP just gets the kill on his own before getting traded out. 4 versus 2, and more than half the round still left. And this is sweeping from Gaming Gladiators. Just walking in, they're playing ranked, and they just
oh my!
That's a double kill for Iga. He does give up the site though, and the plant should go down from Rix. And that's the thing when you're such a good team, right? You can default onto your backup plan, which is getting the diffuser down, even if you can't get the kills.
Ooh.
And then you
and then you just explode, just like this. You see the red indicator, and just the first thought that comes to your mind is, "Oh no!"
Oh well, I guess this is it.
I guess I'll go see myself out from this lobby. And look, I mean, well played so far by GG, but does it mean that this is kind of like almost taking by storm? Is kind of the approach here by GG, because look, if Yiga would have continued, fiending out, that there would have been a very real danger there for Gaming Gladiators.
Yeah, I mean, look, Gaming Gladiators obviously very cocky, obviously very confident. Obviously, this is their game plan. Not like it's not just plain overconfidence that loses teams rounds and loses teams games. This is calculated overconfidence. They know what they're made of, and that's pretty much it. Obviously, it can come to bite them at some points, but that first round, it didn't at the end of the day, and all's well that ends well. They're gonna continue on. They will bring the operators. They'll bring their backup plan, but they are, I think, going to try and just walk in and swagger through whatever Northern Forces puts up.
10 seconds left.
Yeah, definitely feels like this is where Northern Forces could get a little bit of a kind of a stomping feeling about how things been generally unraveling. So, yeah, look, we'll have to, I suppose, wait in anticipation of what could happen, what could be done here, and how could both of those teams really bring it in. But apart from that, I mean, wait, Ape is running a suppressed G8.
Silence G8.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's all good. Yeah, no worries. I'll see myself out real quick.
Yeah. Very interesting, though, that they brought the IQ, and I think I missed whether this was an attacker repick or not. But I think it's very smart if they spotted that Pulse out, because Pulse is, at this point, a non-standard operator pick, an off-meta pick. And the fact that they're looking at the Pulse, maybe, or just looking to take out the Mute Jammers. And this is what I said. Thatcher being banned is not that big of a deal, although all he's seen so far, are the Kona stations. C4 from the Pulse goes out, doesn't do anything. And once again, Gaming Gladiators getting the map control that they want. You want me to tell you a funny factoid?
Yeah,
as AP takes his first kill? Supply Customs in Apex South in Stage 2 has a 100% defensive win rate.
Oh, interesting. I can tell you for a fact that in the first stage of in the third stage of 2021, Chalet with the kitchen dining had nearly a 95% win rate for the
Good
defense, and was titled the site of death. For all the valid reasons, though.
So, well, supply customs 100% for the defenders so far. Can Northern Forces continue that trend? It's still technically the Apex South region, even though it's not really the
True.
Apex South League. They have traded out their loss of the Mozzie. Frag grenades are going to rain in from Hermosa, though, and they have information. I think that's... Whoa! Oh, they're getting the plant down! They have great information, clearly! Know that the site is empty, they have all the angles, and that's why we haven't been seeing kills! Because these guys have gone in for the plant, their backup! It turned to the primary plan, as we see another trade come out.
Oh well, that is a quick, rather cheeky turnaround as well here. It seems as, GG completely just circumvented all of those positions. The push, what is happening? How is this allowed? Bin all of a sudden is able to make those plays, but already, whilst yes, he has the vertical pressure, the vertical positioning, he doesn't have HP. The gun is not particularly as favorable as the 5.56 XI or the ARX of Tolji, so things are certainly not looking particularly too favorable. Instead, Rix just sits there, posted up in the middle of the hallway, and just awaits that drop.
And I think this is a point where I'll say why I think I've been enjoying watching Gaming Gladiators the most this stage out of like any of the APAC teams, whether in Tier 1 or Tier 2. And I think these two rounds, the way that they contrast against each other, I think these are exactly why. Like, forget that the fact that Elevate are leading APAC South, forget that Damwon Kia are like really good in APAC North and are looking to qualify, etc. Whatever. Forget all that stuff. Gaming Gladiators are, I think, so exciting because at a moment's notice, they can switch up their plan and, like, it's so seamless. It is so hard to tell when that switch has happened. You don't know. Are they gathering information to come in, swing, and kill you, or are they gathering information to sneak in, get a plant off, as they did, you know, in round 2. In round 1, they got the information, swung in, and killed everybody. And then, of course, they kind of got pegged back, and they're like, okay, we'll just go back to our backup. In round 2, they were like, okay, these guys are offering us actually pretty decent resistance. You know what? We're going to do like a trade, and we're going to realize their site's not really well defended because they are trying to aggress onto us elsewhere in the room. So we're going to go and plant. It happened so quickly, and you couldn't really tell that they wanted to do that. And you certainly couldn't tell if you were Northern Forces.
Yeah, that's genuinely how it did feel that way. Infian, it's been a very curious kind of turnout so far, just in general for quite a number of teams. So, but look, possibilities for a quick turnaround could definitely be there, and with the way how general momentum been going and the way how Ape and Co were genuinely enjoying themselves so far been nice, but I say that probably cost the poor man into the oblivion.
Well, okay, I guess Ape was just trying his luck as the Nook just sneaking up and down. I don't think GG are too worried. Yes, they still got like a bunch of utility to deal with, but it's really not that much. They only really got to be careful of the Kapkans, and you know they got to keep on landing shots like that. Harvin Hurst is he made his name right in the Operation League. Then he went over the Sea Championship and made his name further, and he was making his name in Apex South. And this is his old stomping ground, and he stomps people over here. Hermosa gets traded out though, and once again, Northern Forces in the man-count advantage. What are GG gonna do as a response as they lose another?
Oh my lord. Getting a little bit dicey here. Ewok. This is not looking too good, GG. Look, may have gotten a little bit too cheeky for some of the plays. Two very disconnected players would have to do, and a lot of work and go on those almost solo crusades. Ray C getting pressured by the LMG itself, and courtesy of Hoven as well. The health for the majority of it has been retrieved back for the players. One more boost is coming around. There it is. But that does not really save Rix from the untimely demise, and well, the presence is unknown as to where that defensive player is. Frag grenade out, the timing is horrible, but actually direct impact and the trade actually happened, but Bin Bin from above, Assassin's Creed style, gets the job done.
Very good riposte from Northern Forces. So over here, I think that's exactly what they need to do. They get the early advantage by stacking it against the attackers or getting lucky, whatever the case. But once they got the man advantage, I think that's where their brilliance kind of started to shine. Right, I wouldn't say brilliance maybe, but like where the strength started to shine. They made sure whenever they lost someone, there was a trade, and they isolated these players until they were the ones that were comfortably dominant in terms of man count. And yeah, that 1v3 was definitely on, but the trades were there, and I think this is shaping up to be an exciting matchup. Although I'm pounding my chickens before they hatch, I guess.
Regardless of that, though, there's still plenty of chances for us to see some rather spicy matches just in general, really, because, I mean, on one hand, we get to see a absolutely just fury-powered just storm that, you know, Gaming Gladiators do bring over, and they already managed to score 2 points themselves that way. But on the other hand, Northern Forces, I mean, they are playing a pretty by-the-books almost defense, it feels, isn't it, with the way how they've held on, with the way how they've just allowed essentially the entry to first happen into their own hands. Kind of just tells for the majority of it, the whole story.
Round 4, we are in it, and Gaming Gladiators are obviously in it to win it. Northern Forces not letting it go just yet. Now, they have gone back to Vent's workshop over here, where it really isn't great for the defense. 40% win rate. Ape, though, I think he takes a couple of bullets from Shren. No! It's going to be Hermosa to fall first from Khaleesi, and I think that was just a little bit of a swing. Wildly out of the window.
Hell of a way to get that rolling, I suppose. Curious how will the remainder of the game really progress for us here in Vien, because with Hermosa out of the equation, AP as well out of the play, or well, nearly out of the play, halfway through, one foot in the grave, one could even call it. The rest of GG will have to put in the effort. And told you bringing over the fuse. I mean, for the ground floor side, this does make sense. But that's a perfect play, given that, well, whatever that was extra blocking the hatch, well, no longer there, and the breach is rather successful. So Toji almost covering for Thermite to a certain degree.
Well, it's been an okay round for GG so far. They've lost their sledge and a lot of their vertical destruction alongside, but still have Toji, as you said, who was covering that Thermite. And now, I don't know whether he's been afforded an opportunity to let loose in more damaging positions. Oh, that is damage dialed from Rix to Racy. Racy just getting sloppy and a little bit complacent, not expecting anyone to climb up the stairs at that moment. And, oh, there we have it. A little bit of a lapse in concentration as Ape is ready to pounce. Surely they've heard him below. They've heard him above as well. As Iga cleans him up, and Northern Forces are pushing back. And here we have a game on our hands.
Pushing back in full force, it seems. Very looking promising. The plant is starting to go down just for the hell of it seems. Rix just being unable to do that. Rix flicks, Rix just gaming, and now the play from above could be the shutdown, but no, Toji whiffing completely. Toji whiffed it completely and throwing it away. We are down to 2 apiece here in Vien.
No,
oh my God.
You can't do that. You're a Fenka, you have the LMG, you have the verticality, you have the element of surprise. You had everything going for you. And you couldn't make it happen.
Yeah, not too sure what really happened there for the whole squad. It definitely felt a little bit odd seeing how things really unraveled there and how they took quite a turn as well. So, yeah. Maybe later down the line we could get to see a slightly different result, slightly different turnout, but who knows? Who knows? At this point, anything could really happen, and in saying that, anything will really happen. Northern Forces fighting back in full, and it's been a genuine pleasure watching them do so. They already managed to, show us a really solid play in against Obsession, where they took a 7-5, like I mentioned before, on Oregon, that is. So a slightly, a different map to do so, but plentiful of vertical play has certainly enabled North to roam a little bit more freely, it seems.
Well, 2-2, Northern Forces fight back after the first 2 rounds were looking like a cakewalk from Gaming Gladiators. How I was praising them, right? Saying, oh, they can switch it on, they can switch it up, they can just go to the backup and look effortless while doing it. Well, not so effortless anymore. Northern Forces have obviously grown back into the game. One thing I've noted very funnily though is that Rix, the Thermite main, is also the kill leader with 5 kills and only 2 deaths so far in this matchup. We gotta have the rest of the team step up, especially Ape, who both of us talked up pre-game.
Yeah. Man, almost the myth, the legend. C4 nearly connects. That would have been big. That would have been huge if it connected, whether it was through the hole or just to get rid of the thermite charge. That would have been great, but unfortunately, just was not meant to happen. For North, do we expect them to keep on holding on to this, or at which point do we see the cracks in the defense start happening? Because Bin Bin, that was an ambitious play.
Well, Northern Forces finally, I guess, pushed back. I think in the first time in 3 rounds that they have lost the opening pick. Correct me if I'm wrong, Cthulhu, but I think that's my memory is serving me. They've gotten Bin Bin as well, Pulse, a C4 off, a Top Fragger off as well. But again, the response is immediate from Northern Forces, and this is exactly why they have been in this game, why they've grown back into this game, why they've looked so formidable, really, after rounds 3 and 4. Because GG are no longer walking in with that brazen confidence that they exhibited earlier on. Rix! Wait, what? He walks right past it. Shren doesn't move for a long time. I guess waiting to make sure that there was no refrag, but he gets the kill onto Rix, goes out a little bit too much. Doesn't check the left properly. Havenhurst moves in, and he's trying to find another one, but it's 3 versus 3 where... Well, make it 3 versus 2, and Tony's getting the plant off again. This is a very strong position for them.
This is all of a sudden turned into from a dream into a nightmare, but Glazy does go rather hard with the Thorn SMG, looking to pop some more heads. Now the player differential is no longer a thing. Racy takes a lot of damage in hopes of finding that sort of a sweet kind of position to try to get rid of somebody around the detention area, but doesn't get that opportunity. Instead, a play from Glazy could be the big play, separation of the 2 1v1s, but run out is there, jump in, perfect play by Tolji, playing it down to a T. 14 seconds remaining and not much of the opportunity left for AC, completely shut down and outplayed in the placement department. So as it stands, 3rd point there for GG. Do we get to see, though, the 4th point, or will the conclusion be a 3-3? What do you reckon, Ewok?
So both times where I guess Northern Forces looked their weakest, both times they conceded a sneak plant was on this supply bomb site, right? And both times it just looked like they got tunnel visioned off site. They were just too focused and too scared to directly contest. Aside from the Bandit, of course, getting the beautiful kill onto the Thermite just now, and then overextending after that. They knew that Havenhurst walked into the jail breach, and then they just kind of had to give it up because they weren't confident enough engaging that Fink, and for sure, it's a very scary operator to engage directly 1-to-1. So that was, I guess, the mistake. But the point I guess I'm trying to make is, this isn't supply lockers. While this was also a very strong win for Gaming Gladiators, where they just got all the kills, I think round 1, where Northern Forces was still kind of waking up, versus round 6, where it's the end of the defensive half, is going to be quite different. I think the fact that, you know, their roam is going to be a lot closer to the bomb site and is a lot harder to lock off defenders from muscling back into the bomb site. I think this is where Northern Forces can make it a 3-3.
Well, let's wait and see if that is actually going to be, you know, the reality for Northern Forces. The lineup certainly speaks of that. Yiga kind of giving up the alibi reins over to Juan, so could be seeing some rather spicier Kapkan plays to come back. But Rick's already bringing out the Twitch, basically the hot counter to a lot of utility that has been brought over by Northern Forces. So curious how will those Twitch drones be able to get utilized, and whether they will get utilized just at all. And meanwhile, the rest of the team could really go hard and go to town with quite a number of those guns that are extremely powerful. Meanwhile, really just for Rix, it's a calm time. He's just getting rid of a few cameras and not really allowing a whole lot of information gather, as Hoven does fall already.
Well,
Meanwhile,
let's see how this... Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see how this early engagement goes. It was what I was going to say, but it's Hovenhurst who ends up losing out.
Yeah, Hovenhurst not particularly having a fun time in the past few rounds, which does certainly bode quite nicely for Northern Forces. Having that thinker out of the equation does mean that the damage permanence is certainly going to be there. No, frag grenades does get eaten up as well by the ADS. Not the best kind of thing as well. Well, this stalls out now, the general play, it seems, for Gaming Gladiators, doesn't it?
It absolutely does. They thought, like, let's make the straight walk-in happen. Couldn't quite make it work. Now they have to move on and try and reconstitute themselves. They're going to split their forces against the Northern Forces. 2 on one side, 2 on the other. Tolji is looking to try and bait out a peek, and Northern Forces have been quite adept at providing it to them. Look at that. Clayzy is completely off away from the bomb site. He's going to deal actually a lot of damage, but he's going to push it too far, and that's exactly what Northern Forces have been making small mistakes in. But the rest of their team is able to arrest that slide before it snowballs, and Yiga gets 2 over here. And they don't have the thinker on the board anymore to bring that HP back that they've lost. Both Rix and Ape so low, and it's all up to Rix. 1v3.
Bit of a dire situation for Rix as he just walks right at the last moment into the EDD. Keep on forgetting that this one is also now considered a doorway as well. So bit of a upsetting result here for Gaming Gladiators, albeit, let's keep in mind, attacker-sided play from them still netted them that 3-3 scoreline, so even Stephen Ground, now for their defense, should be able to translate still pretty decently.
Yep. I said this was a good chance for them to just kind of like hold their nerve, essentially, and make sure that they can make this, you know, from a potential 4-2, as would have been very preferable by the Gaming Gladiators. They turned it into 3-3, and well, on the attack, I think they can definitely show us a little bit more than what we've seen from them so far.
Whoa. Force is definitely showing some really great effort. That pistol kill, though, that is absolutely disgusting.
Yeah.
Oh, rather
superb.
well.
I mean,
yeah.
Well, he jumps out now and
yeah, and then dies. But regardless, still, it was still a really solid play.
So.
Confidence, yeah.
Yeah.
We haven't yet talking a whole bit about the confidence, given just how much freedom it gave to a number of plays and how many those big star plays it has enabled. But it's a well-known fact. It's all 95% mental.
Well,
regardless,
let's see what happens. Are we going to see any early engagements? We saw quite a lot of early engagements in the first 3 games, but we're not quite seeing the same just quite yet in this round. No spawn peaks. It's a fairly disciplined affair. Northern Forces, they are confident, but they're not baiting out anything a little bit too aggressively. Sometimes you see like people just walk in and try to get the defenders riled up, so to speak. But Hovenhurst is going to take a lot of damage. I think he was the one trying to force something over on CCTV door.
Speaking of the CCTV door, yeah, look, a whole lot of pressure about to start mounting. So Hermosa is looking to try to double down to allow Hoven to stick around for a brief moment longer, but nearly catches a bullet to the head as well himself. As it stands, Gaming Gladiators kind of a little bit fell back from their general play, their general momentum. Still yet to find a whole lot of their own ground. Bin Bin takes a bit of a chip to his damage, but so far a relatively scot-free turnout in the frags. I say that Hermosa gets the first blood onto Clazy. Another one about to go in for the swing. Smokes could have been prevalent, but instead it's actually a drone that has been the bait.
Not too bad of a start, I would say. Hovenhurst on low HP though will negate that advantage very quickly if he takes a tiny bit of damage. Thinker is gonna keep on bringing these stackers back up to full HP. Oh, Ape, he should have gotten the kill, but he couldn't, and he pays for it with his life. Hermosa taking more damage as well. I'm not sure where that was from. I think, yeah, there we go. It's from the breach as Bin Bin gets taken out by Tolji. And swinging in from the doorway, Shren is the one down by Hermosa's wide swings. Rix gets finished off, though. It's fast and furious. The trades are coming back and forth. I can barely complete my sentences. It's 40 seconds left. 3v1 in favor of GG this time.
Yeah, it's all down to Yiga to do any sort of work here. C4 is very frantically being thrown around, but with the setup that is there, well, I mean, Yiga has the possibility of doing so, but maybe it's more so a talk about, well, what can be done. Bait it out. Oh, perfect play with the sound cues as well. Gets rid of Tolji, the only full HP operator as well, which will be putting, well, Gaming Gladiators at a bit more of a strain, but at the end of it all, it's Hermosa to wrap it all up. So all good, all still fine and dandy in the camp of GG. That was a disgusting angle, by the way.
What an off angle. He's standing up on top of the shelves like, yep, you're going to be looking down for me.
He's just posted there.
Well, clever stuff from GG to close it out at the very least, and clever stuff from them, to make sure that Northern Forces don't take the lead in this matchup. All they've done so far is equalize it. Wentz Workshop is going to be the next one, and I'm going to bring that statistic up again. Only a 40% defensive win rate in Apex South on this bomb site. It's a remarkable surprise that some teams still prefer it as a secondary bomb site, to be quite honest with you. I do not rate it at all.
Look, I think it's more so just a bit of a far cry from the old days, in my opinion.
In the old days, it was like definitely the best, second best, sorry. But now it's like the worst by a margin.
Yeah, ever since the whole change of the map itself, ever since the change of meta, it's been a bit of an interesting kind of result, bit of an interesting turnout where, yeah, this map, whilst it seems very favorable, whilst it seems like it's the one that could, bring you that much needed, the dub, the bag, however you want to title it. It's been a bit of a kind of all over the place, really, with this whole sort of turnout. So possibilities of Northern Forces once again to equalize the scoreline are rather high, and for all the valid reasons, just purely for the fact just how solid so far Northern Forces has been able to, showcase themselves.
I think they should be able to bring this back. I mean, it's no big deal so far. I would say they're definitely so not lacking of any confidence. Shren, though, of course, the 2 grenades I think will hurt the most. His loss. He's
Absolutely
very aggressive. Oh, the timing and the crosshair positioning, so perfect, the reflexes instantly, the moment he sees the poop, he commits to it, and just swings out, gets the head, and Racy had no idea what hit him, basically.
Overall, yeah, completely clueless about what was that dark magic really that hit him there on that sort of play. Certainly we'll be putting a few question marks. What the heck did that even connect on me? Regardless, we are going to be watching yet another possibility for a play happen. Clayzy just cleans up and mops up the floor here with the AP, but the damage has been already dealt. I mean, 2 players already off the board certainly will be promising a whole lot more problems than solutions.
Well, AP finally being felled does give them a little bit of an in, though. I must admit that they will not be feeling too bad. 1 minute 10 seconds for them to make this attack happen. Continue it. GG looks a little bit spread out right now. Hermosa particularly. Now that can be a good thing and a bad thing. If Hermosa is undroned, if his position's unknown, if he can come back at the right time, it can be really good. And there we go, he punishes Bin Bin just as we see one player get picked back up and instantly killed after that. Clayzy. Just one player left and they swing in and they finish him off. So Gaming Gladiators, just like we saw them at the start of this series, they take 2 very confident rounds in a row. Are we going to see the same thing where Northern Forces use those 2 rounds as just like learning opportunities and then go back into the game?
Possibly that could be the case. Wouldn't put it past the idea of that to very much happen. And I mean, you put that sort of concept into the general idea of how to make that sort of play out. I definitely think Northern Forces have the capabilities of, performing such feat. So, I mean, looking at the general lineup, North are actually looking to double down on the LMGs. 3 LMGs to be brought out, to be exact. And with Fuse, Finka, and the Sophia, this is looking to be a very damage-stacked roster.
Fuse, Finka, and Sophia is always a little bit of an indicator that we are going to be playing this a little bit unorthodox. The Fuse in particular. Now it's interesting that Shren has switched off from the Yana to the Fuse over here. Sorry. The Teller's bomb site is usually where you're going to try and see most of the plants happen. And that's exactly where you want to be trying to put those Fuse charges down. But it does mean that if you can't get control of the bathroom area, you don't really have that much verticality that you can send down and flush those defenders out properly enough. They could still hold up there and deal a lot of damage. As GG essentially in the previous round, they were fighting it inside of the bathroom and Tellers itself.
Certainly so. Certainly play could be very much worth of happening, and right now a little bit of a calm before the storm, call it that. Certainly could see some rather interesting results to stem from that as well. Toji bringing in once again the mirror could make it work rather nicely, but I mean, we say that right now Northern Forces have still the utility and the guns to really make it play out the way how they really want it, not the way how their enemies would prefer that. So, with all that said, hopes and dreams are certainly still there of Northern Forces to bring it back. It's not yet the match point, so obviously Gaming Gladiators not yet there to wrap it all completely.
5 versus 3, just as you hand off to Omi. It's 5 versus 2, just like that. Gaming Gladiators are really flexing their APAC South muscles, and I think this is what both of us were kind of afraid of, right? Like, we didn't want it to be like, and I've seen this so much in like APAC North as well, where you have like one of the teams just hang on in the first half, and it kind of gives you hope, like, yes, it's going to be a close game, and it is very enjoyable, to be sure. But then the second half, it doesn't really turn out that way as we go into 3-2, because Havenhurst is allowed to lead out by Tolji, who doesn't want to risk it. And I think, well, it's a bit cruel, but might be fair. The diffuse is nowhere near. Ray is definitely hurt in his approach. There is someone staring at him. No!
Oh!
It's 2v2.
Okay, Ray C just makes it a push.
I don't know how.
Ray C, yeah, just finds that sort of opening rather effortlessly. Tolji actually gets rid of Ray C. Okay. This was getting rather close. Pistol from AP as well. This is him toying with the prey at this point, it feels. But look, a little bit of a disrespect. Tolji does manage to, you know, work it out at the end.
Okay, so for a second I thought that Sledge got that kill and it was a 2v1 the other way around, and I was like, no way, right? Like, because that little engagement on the second floor was remarkably poorly played. I still don't understand how he did not hear Racy walk in, Racy crouch after coming in, but I guess there is obviously a strong chance of you not hearing someone fuse properly because of so many sightlines that have been opened up, so many gunfights going on at the same time.
Certainly so. Felt rather counterintuitive there in the general play, and well, 6 points for Gaming Gladiators have been achieved. Very closely organized, and well, still the scoreline, I feel, doesn't really tell the story of how close a number of those rounds were. The way how they've been executed, the way how close they got neck and neck. The story, or rather the scoreline, doesn't do the justice. Certainly a number of the rounds could have been pushed towards Northern Forces in a much more confident way, but alas, here we are. 1 round away. 5 frags is all that stands between Gaming Gladiators and a 3-pointer for themselves, whereas for Northern Forces, a whole lot more of an effort needs to be put up if they even want to push this to a real contention, let's call it that.
Now, 2 minutes 40 left in this round, and no early engagements as we've seen in a couple of these. There's a Prisma that's outside, though, trying to bait out these attackers. Gaming Gladiators want this done. They want this over and dusted with. They want to go to sleep. They want to enjoy a little bit of rank, D-rank with their mates afterwards, perhaps, with whoever is going to be on after this kind of a drubbing. Gonna be feeling in high spirits, I would say. Like, Gaming Gladiators, we talked about how they're just not playing with their number 1 star roster, but yeah, looking to make it 7-3 nonetheless, as Afe takes down Ray. Long angle.
Yeah, and Ray was one of the players that did do a whole lot of opening plays to shut down a number of performances. Yiga, once again, looking to make an entry into the office. I'm gonna see himself in through there. Tolji does get the better of Yiga, though. Juan does to get the better of Hermosa, and Juan actually gets the fallback as well. 4v3 with a half a round. Could be the possibility of that said play to really pop over, but Klezi has the nice angle to play around. Gets pre-fired, minus the HP. Bin trades out, Bin down. It's all down to Juan and Klezi, and this is all looking to be a very dire situation, especially against Gaming Gladiators. But I say that, thrown away a frag. 1v3. Can this be done? Can this be wrapped up? Juan for triple now already. This is looking to be like a road for ace if he wants to clutch it up and keep Northern Forces afloat. But I say that it's once again the Kapkan trap that does the work.
Well, that is it, I guess, for extremely quick games. We didn't see more than 10 rounds in any situation, and it's GG for GG in this last one. 10 rounds. You could see the way that Gaming Gladiators have set themselves up with the Prisma outside. They wanted this over and done with. Wow. Fast day. We are ending right on the dot at midnight here in Singapore. Not something I would have expected, given how close every single playday has been in the past. Like Cthulhu was telling me about how like so many overtimes over here that we've seen. I think the only faster playday we've seen so far was playday 3, where it was 7-3, 7-3, then 7-1, 7-0. Surprising that we have seen it this way. But like this Game and Gladiator stuff, I was hyped for a matchup, man, in like the first half. I was really thinking like Northern Forces are going to push back hard.
Yeah, this definitely felt like we could have seen a much closer result, but at the end of the day, well, suppose Gaming Gladiators had completely different plans for this very matchup. So at the end of it all, well, yeah, that's a 3-pointer for them. They are going to be reclaiming that top first place, but it's still in a position where it's very much volatile. A single loss would basically open the opportunity for that top 1 position to be taken, and basically any team bar maybe Fury. So yeah, look, certainly dubs have been procured rather nicely, and well, so speaking of the said dubs, our viewers could get one more chance in this broadcast to get themselves a nice set of R6 credits. Hashtag Fight for Glory all in a singular word, and you get yourself into a draw to win the set credits, plus the opportunity to win the R6 Operation League Southeast Asia pin as well. So quite well worth to do it, especially if you, well, watching, and might as well pitch in on that one. But look, yeah, in the end, this has been a rather, well, turbo boosted, you could even say, play day. Nothing further than 7-3s all across the board, and I mean, an absolute dominating performance from a number of teams.
It's really impressive, though. I have to say, like, we saw all the teams who won. They really gave it their all. They really were making sure that they made a statement. They out-muscled their opposition. Direwolves started off the day by coming back, in a game that they really had to they had to win to ensure that they don't have to be too worried about missing out on playoffs. OBS came in really nicely as well. I mean, and after that, Elevate, and now Gaming Gladiators. Only Gaming Gladiators gave us the excitement in the first half, gave us a little bit of a tease. But yeah, that's it. I really enjoyed these games, though, even if they were quick. There was some good siege on offer, at least by one team in each of the 4 games. Yeah,
absolutely. So yeah, it's been a phenomenal play day, and I definitely enjoyed it all. And look, to see, Direwolves spring back to action, to see Obsession finally get themselves back on board, finally see Elevate at least have some sort of, a proper closure after a series of rather unfortunate events, albeit it can't be really said about Fury, who, look, they looked a little bit shaky, but looking at the leaderboard, well, it feels a little bit more stable. Gaming Gladiators are back at the top, Direwolves second, Elevate third, fourth goes to Fury, and then Champion, Northern Forces, Obsession, and Astray. Now, Infian, with us having only 3 more play days, is this kind of how we feel the leaderboard would stay, or do you reckon we could expect a few upsets happen?
Yeah, no, I think today was the day for any upsets to be happening, for anything to be changing. But look, Fury have a 6-point lead over Champion right now, and a plus 23 round differential delta. Like, that is basically insurmountable at this stage. Only 3 matches left, as you said, and, well, Fury are going to be playing Champion next, all right? So that is going to be probably a win for Fury, even if they don't win it like dominantly, they'll still probably end up taking 2 points at the very least. And basically, I think once they take those 2 points, that's it for Champion. Champion's only hope really is to kind of bring themselves back in the game by taking 3 points next week and then keeping that momentum up.
Well, there we go. Keen for the next matchups. Definitely some opportunities to retake the numbers. Certainly we'll be looking out for the Fury Champion one, but Infian, this has been so far an absolute banger of a season, just period. It's certainly been a long time coming as well for the two of us to finally get to casting. Usually it's you, the one who's on the hosting job, but this was a little bit of a change in roles tonight. And
why not?
Why not? Why not? It definitely felt quite a nice refreshment as well. But any kind of final thoughts before we close it all out?
The quality of Operation League is definitely very high. It's obviously stepped up. We have so many different teams, and I cannot wait, really. I know that we are not done with the season yet, but I cannot wait to see these teams just take their break and then come back for, the next edition of Operation League, because these bottom 4 teams, they're not going to be pushovers. They're not pushovers already, but they're going to be even better, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, very much keen to see that build-up of talent as well. Comes the next season. Maybe even once we do get to see the playoffs, we get some more of that sort of the actual spicier matchup where the strats would actually matter. But until then, look, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for joining us. Make sure once again to come back next weekend as well. We are going to be next week streaming from Friday to Sunday as well. And until then, well, take it easy. Stay safe. We'll see you later.
Fighting hostiles is like solving a puzzle. All the pieces are a total mess. Then you solve it as if you always knew the answer.
There are civilians out there who need us. They can't fight back. They can't escape. And they can't heal their own wounds. That's our job. And we're the best at it. By being careful and compassionate, we can make the world a safer place for everyone. We do this to be of service. And we can't afford to be complacent. When we go out there, we work twice as hard to protect others. Whatever we have to do, we put the people first. That will be our focus. With unwavering diligence, we defend. And we get to say that when Wolfguard is on the field, things will be different.
手加減はしねえ。死にてえやつだけかかってこい。
Get your squad back together in Rainbow Six Siege to earn free operators and an exotic weapon skin with the Squad Up reactivation program. If you've played Siege in Year 7, find up to 4 teammates who haven't. Play 5 matches of any PvP mode with them to earn your rewards. Your teammates will earn a free operator as well. Then they can bring back 4 more players to earn even more rewards.
Left to work with here. Safri's got all the information he needs. Oh!
And he uses it.
Wow. Wow.
And he uses it. Amazing. Does see that his teammates are picking up kills all over. Well, deaths, really. And wow, okay. Chill, Hajime. Dang.
Decent play. Rick's getting rid of what Melon now opens up, tears open the possibilities, and Celotic tries to push him through the fire and flames. Speaking of the problems, one tap to boot. Hoven clean with it. On the other hand, though, on the defense, Toji bringing in the Bandit, so getting back to the vanilla roots, I guess you could call this a disgusting angle yet again. Very cautious. So is Hoven about their presence up above. The Valkyrie has reveals the position. Nails the shot. How does he do that?
Back pocket, knows D4, but power it takes on Hoven. Ape another kill! A gasoline tank, because he's burning the whole building down. This guy is on a absolute trailblaze right now, and it's going as what? Again! A quadra kill gets put down by Firelord, who gets a double for himself.
And bring this one back like Collis. 1v4. Migs in a 1v3 is going to be that anchor position that the Northern Forces want to hold on to in the power struggle. But like Collis, he gets another kill on a bin. 1v2. He knows someone has to be out on that landing. It's going to be Yiga. He peeks it. He gets a kill on a Classy. Down to the 1v1. Doesn't know where he is exactly. Has to stick the defuse.